Ah. We are live once again. It is BMI 3000 reloaded in the house. Peace and blessings to you, my brothers. Peace and blessings to you, my brothers. It is Saturday, March 22nd, 2025, and I'm broadcasting live from you, Eastern Standard Time, from the great state of North Carolina, and I am the Mad Professor, also known as BMI 3000. What's going on? 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 Hey, Christopher Clipper, man, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you, man. For what I've been told, my brothers, it is officially spring. It's the springtime. In the great state of North Carolina on the East Coast, we're still dealing with a little bit of frigid weather from the winter. There's some people who are walking around with jackets on, and you got some people who are walking around in shorts and short sleeves. I myself, I've got my jacket on. I've got my long sleeves on. And I got my jeans on. You understand what I mean? But hopefully this climate change will not affect the days going forward, and we can see some beautiful weather and some sun here on the East Coast. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's happening, Chance Rogers? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is a BMI 3000 reloaded broadcast. And we are in the house today. And this is an open chat. I want y'all to understand that. After I get through with my little introduction and everything, I'm going to extend an invitation to people who want to come on in and chime in and to speak their minds about where we are right now in the third month of 2025. And as we look forward to the coming months, the coming years, and the overall future. What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. Y'all see, you guys see the thumbnail. You all see the title of the stream, America, the End or the Beginning? The end or the beginning? Are we witnessing? Are we watching the final days of America? Or are we behold to the beginnings of a new chapter in American civilization, the role of America in the world, and more importantly, the recalibration of the domestic situation inside of the United States. That is what we are talking about today. What's going on? What's going on, DJ B-Side 1965? What's happening, man? Glad that you're here. Glad that you are here. Glad that you are here. Glad that you are here, my guy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, man. Let us have a wonderful, wonderful conversation on today. And yes, sir, Christopher Clipper, that this is exactly what we're dealing with. The end or the beginning. The end of the beginning. And I have to say to all of you guys that everything that is happening right now in terms of the Trump administration and its relationship to the American people and its broader relationship to the rest of the world, all of the countries on planet Earth who have depended on America economically, militarily, and in terms of humanitarian aid. This is what is on the table for today. So yes, this is a very, 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 very deep topic. A very, very deep topic. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy, brothers. Yeah, we could. I can sit here and talk about Pop the Balloon. I can sit here and talk about 304s and talk about 304s all day long, all day long. The American 304 or the Western 304. And we can talk about the absurd, ridiculous, utopian, and nonsensical worldviews that we are constantly bombarded with. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I saw the recent Pop the Balloon where a woman popped her balloon. A woman, a 39-year-old woman, popped her balloon to man, a grown man in a suit, a grown man in a suit, a grown man who wears glasses. And in this Pop the Balloon segment, this woman literally said that she popped her balloon, a 39-year-old woman. A woman, in her words, is a professional. A woman, in her words, works in social services. A woman who said, in her own words, that this man who was suited and booted, this man who wore glasses, that this man struck her as boring, struck her as lame. Because from her vantage point, this man who had a tattoo on his neck, a black man with a suit on, suit and tie, vest and everything, with glasses, with a protruding tattoo on his neck, would suggest to me that this man is not that far from the streets. But because of his optics, because of his imagery, she said that she could not give him any consideration because he looks like someone who reads books. That he appeared to her as someone who is intellectual, someone who is about the life of the mind, who is an a thinker, someone who contemplates, someone who takes life seriously. And she said that she could not embrace him because a person of his ilk is not someone that she could see herself turning up with. I can't turn up with this guy. I can't get loose. I can't get live. I cannot behave unruly or in a manner that is outside of decorum and civility and common sense because of my perceptions of him, because he looks like someone who is studious. She basically says she does not want a studious man, a 39-year-old woman, a professional, a black woman, who, I might add, was not bad on the eyes. A very attractive woman, not bad on the eyes. Thick, looked like she, took decent care of herself or what have you, I throw them legs back. I tell you straight up, nigga, I would throw them legs back. But, but, I personally don't want to be with a woman like that because I'm a man of the book. I'm a man who reads. I'm a man who studies. I'm a man who thinks. I'm a man who contemplates. I'm a man who takes life seriously. Yeah, I I can stay home on a weekend and not do anything, not go anywhere, not go to a club, not go to a bar, not go to a party or whatever. I can do that on a weekend and not feel like I have missed out on anything. And the last thing that I want to do is to attach myself to a woman who thinks that that type of sensibility is deficient, that there is something wrong with that, something wrong with a man who thinks, a man who reads books, a man who takes life seriously. Man, I tell you, man, I tell you, man, I tell you, man, I tell you. I can talk all day long about these type of women. I can talk all day long about the kind of women that are talked about in male spaces, heterosexual male spaces, and their utopian standards, their delusional worldview. I can do that on and on and on and on and on. I can sit here and do stream after stream after stream after stream about baby mamas and baby mama drama. I can do stream and stream and stream and stream about women who like outlaws, women who are sexually attracted to criminals, men who are in and out of jail, men who are in and out of prison. I just saw a story. I know you guys have seen the story. If you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, right here on YouTube, of a woman in her doggone 60s, who attached herself to a man also in his 60s who is doing double, triple life sentences, a murderer, serial killer. She married a man in prison. A woman in her 60s married a man in prison who's never getting out of jail. Think about that. Never getting out of jail. Did y'all see that story? Did y'all see that story? I saw it. It's all over my Facebook page. This man is never getting out of jail. He is a bona fide serial killer. I'm going to do some research on that story, and because I want to really find out all the details to it. But just based on the social media imprint, what's going on, Indigo Flow? Good to see you. Good to see you. What's going on, Ghetto User, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm happy that you're here, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy that you're here. JC, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, hey, hey. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, JC. Good to see you. Good to see Snowman Multimedia. Snowman Multimedia. I see you, man. The NAACP. I'm sorry. That was a slip. The NCAA Women's Tournament. I see that, brother. Make it happen, man. Make it happen. We will watch closely. But think about this, guys. So this woman goes to see this man for what is called a conjugal visit, where you have in prisons, in state prisons and federal prisons, you have guys who are long-term prisoners, convicts, or whatever, who are allowed conjugal visits, where their girlfriends, their significant others, the hookups or whatever can see them and they can have a face-to-face with them. And according to this story, this 60-some-odd-year-old woman goes to see this man who has been in prison for decades for murder, seemingly a serial killer, and she sees him for a conjugal visit. And I suspect this probably wasn't the first time that she had a conjugal visit with this guy. I want you to think about this guy. This woman, think about this, guys. A woman goes to a prison for a conjugal visit with a man who's been in prison for decades. I want y'all to think about that. He's been in prison for decades. Conjugal visit. And this man has been deprived, or is consistently deprived, of female attention, validation. And I'm talking about deprivation beyond the female correctional officers or the female executives who work in the prison or what have you. And I'm talking about a guy who is totally a part of prison culture. And I'm talking about a guy who is in a prison culture where something like HIV, hepatitis B, and all sorts of sexually transmitted diseases and infections, run rampant in the prisons. You don't know what this guy is doing in jail. You don't know what he's doing and who he's doing it with in jail. And you got a woman in her 60s who goes, and we can assume that this wasn't her first time again, and you were sleeping with this man. We don't know. Are they using condoms? Is she taking a condom? Are she taking condoms with her? That's the question. That's the question. A lot of these facilities, they don't support condom usage. Is she going to be able to bring condoms inside of a prison? If she brings condoms into a prison, that means that she can slip extra condoms to him so that he can get his whatever on if he's doing that sort of thing. But here is the point. You have a woman who would expose herself sexually to a man who is an inmate and who has been locked down for decades, a man who is never ever going to get out of prison, who is in prison for a violent crime. And this assumes that this is true. And she goes into this conjugal visit with this man. And according to the story, and again, this is just a story. This could be fake news. It could be fake news. It could be fake news. We don't know. It could be fake news. She has relations with this man, a 60-some-year-old woman. And this man kills her doing, I said the word, I'm not going to say it again, This man brings her existence to an end during a conjugal visit. She walks into the prison as a person who was alive, living and breathing, a living and breathing person, but she does not walk out of the prison as a living and breathing person. Again, this is the story that's trafficking all over social media. Don't know if everything is true about it, but it's a story that's circulating, and it's one of the stories that we in this space would take and we would just run it into the ground. We would run it into the ground. And I could easily sit here, I can easily come to you and talk about this story and stories like this and just dissect the story and just talk about the bad deal that men have, black men in particular have in this modern day world that we live in 2025. And I can talk about the need to get passports. And I can talk about the necessity of men to be aware of hybristophilia, the love of outlaws and the love of thugs and the love of criminals that seems to be very pervasive in this society. I could do that all day long. I could do that all day long. If I want to. If I want to, I can do that all day long. What's going on? The Pookie and Ray Ray Show. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. The Pookie and Ray Ray Show. I can do that. It's easy to do. Talking about 304 issues is not difficult. Talking about divorce is not difficult. Talking about child support, not difficult. Talking about domestic violence, not very difficult because we have so much material to work from and what have you. And there's nothing wrong. And let me say this. What's going on, No News Podcast? Good to see you. Good to see you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with talking about all those things. Nothing wrong with talking about all those things. But the Mad Professor, BMI 3000 Reloaded, I talk about the world. And I talk about our place in the world. I talk about America, our place in America. I talk about what is happening, who is in the White House, who is your state senator, who is your congressional representative, who is your mayor, who is your attorney general, who is your district attorney, where is your tax, where are rather your tax dollars going? Where are your tax dollars going? Where are we going? At the end of the day, where are we going? Yeah, once you kind of separate the issues pertaining to the gynocracy, the intricate, important, and serious domestic issues connected to the gynocracy, from matters of bread and butter, what's happening in your pocket, what's happening in your state, and what's happening um, nationally, and how that affects your future. You're dealing with a completely different arena. Yeah. So, America, are we at the end or is this the beginning? Is this the end or is this the beginning? This week has been a very, 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 very tumultuous week in terms of what has happened. The most recent event that has taken place, which happened as recently as yesterday, Donald Trump signed an executive order to dismantle rather the Department of Education. Trump has effectively ended a part of the federal bureaucracy that has lived for more than 40 years. And this is one of the most monumental events that have taken place in the 3 months that Donald Trump has been POTUS. And of course, guys, this is tied to everything else that has happened in terms of his other executive orders, in terms of the Department of Governmental Efficiency, which was implemented as soon as he came into office, DOGE, led primarily by Elon Musk, and all that we have learned through DOGE and its work, and the manner in which DOGE has ended what in the Trump administration, in their eyes, is unnecessary spending, the attempt to eliminate waste and fraud, which has included the end of many federal jobs, which has resulted in a large number of the federal workforce being cut down significantly. He has done something that is not peculiar to him as a U.S. president. This is something that Obama did during his term. This is something that Bill Clinton did during his term. This is not new. What's different with DOGE is the transparency and the aggression at which, let me say this, the aggression and the intensity at which DOGE is moving. But the Department of Education and it being completely dismantled is monumental. I'm not going to go into all the details in terms of the magnitude of the impact that this will have on the future, but this is something that is peculiar to Donald Trump. And we will only have to wait and see what the effect is going to be on this. But the point here, brothers, is whether the Trump administration and its work right now is laying the foundation for the rebirth of the United States, or is it consistent with what some have called the decline of the United States of America? Is this the beginning, or is this the end? The American first ideology, the American first idea, the American first mythology is one that tells us that America needs to regain its dominance in the world, which means that there's an assumption that America has kind of fallen off, or America has declined, and that America needs to get back to its status as a powerhouse, particularly the status that America had after World War II and more specifically, and even more dramatically, the status that America had after the 1970s with the ascendancy of Ronald Reagan, who became POTUS in 1980, and whose Reagan era lasted all the way until 1992, um, up until the time where Bill Clinton came on the scene and basically rescued the Democratic Party from a state of oblivion. This is American first. So you have that perspective right there. But then you have a left wing perspective, the left wing perspective. So for some time now, the left, I'm going to say this, my friend Cornel West, the great Cornel West. Y'all know who Cornel West is. Cornel West is a black man who is in his 70s right now. Cornel West is a very, very important intellectual, political philosopher, theologian, so on and so forth, who for the last 40 years, he has talked about the decline of the American empire. If you're not aware, Cornel West wrote a book back in 2015, I'm sorry, 2005, not 2015, 2005, 20 years ago. Cornel West produced a book called Democracy Matters, Fighting Against Imperialism. That book came out 20 years ago. And Democracy Matters came out during the Bush era, actually right in the aftermath of the Bush era. He was writing it during the Bush era, but it came out right during that time. Or let me correct myself, 05, Bush is still in office. But he's writing during the Bush era, and he's talking about terrorism, he's talking about domestic issues, Israel, Palestine, well, terrorism all over the world. He's talking about foreign policy, Israel and Palestine. And he's also talking about domestic issues as well. He's talking about the decline in terms of American values. He has this whole chapter on nihilism in America, where he basically says that American culture has descended to high levels, or to low levels rather, low and high, of decadence. And Americans at that particular time um, were caught up in a culture that a popular culture, a media culture, broken down families that would eventually contribute to the demise of the United States. That was Cornel West. And that was in 2005, while George Bush was in his second term as POTUS. And Cornel West talked about the decline of the American empire in the world. And Cornel West said back in 2005 that, if America did not revise its ways, that it would see the complete death of the American empire. And West is from the left. He's a man of the left. And what West was talking about in 2005 was very, very consistent with the way in which many leftists talked about America at that particular time. And even to go beyond Cornel West, his teacher, he had a teacher, a white philosopher who died in the early 2000s, a white philosopher by the name of Richard Rorty. Richard Rorty taught at the University of Virginia for many, many decades. Richard Rorty was, like West, a democratic socialist. Richard Rorty was the grandchild of the great social gospeler Walter Rauschenbusch of the early part of the 20th century, latter part of the 19th century. These were socialist. Rauschenbusch was a Christian. And at the end of the 1990s, Richard Rorty produced a book called Achieving Our Country. And in this book called Achieving Our Country, Richard Rorty also talked about the decline of the United States. And he talked about the decline of the United States in relationship to not just the right, but to the American left. That the decline of the United States is not something that we can just put on the doorsteps of the right. That the decline of the America is also attributed to the American left. And Richard Rorty in the 1990s, late 1990s, he was a very, very, very strong and harsh critic of identity politics. He was very, very critical of radical feminism. He was critical of extreme identity politics among Black people and extreme identity politics among gays and lesbians. And Rorty said that these people, these identity people, need to figure out whether they are Americans, whether they are for America, or are they just completely against America? That these people need to work this thing out. Either America is something that you are going to embrace and invest in and claim it as your own and help to keep it going, or you are going to actively, through your own tribalistic politics, contribute to the death of the United States through tribalism. That was Richard Rorty. He's a philosopher. He's dead now. Rorty is no longer here. He is dead. Richard Rorty was one of Cornel West's teachers. Richard Rorty. I've read a lot of his books. Very, very smart guy. Very progressive guy. One of the most important philosophers produced in 20th century America. But he was a man of the left. Richard Rorty was a man of the left, and Richard Rorty was saying that you need to, you leftists, and even you liberals, but he was talking mainly to leftists, you need to make a decision. Are you for America? And are you willing to keep this thing going? Or are you completely nihilistic and you want to see, if you want to see this society come to an end, you need to come out and just say that's what you want. That was Rorty. You radical feminists, he told the radical feminists, you need to decide what you're going to do. You understand? Because the society cannot simply cater to you. He said this. I agree. A country of, right now, America, you have over 360 some million people in this country. Over 360 million people. This country cannot cater exclusively to one group and one group's issues and one group's demands, i.e., for him, radical feminist, the country cannot cater exclusively to the demands of radical feminists. You need to decide what you're going to do. Either you are a part of this American project or you're not. And if you're not a part of the American project, you need to be explicit about that, and you must be prepared to deal with the consequences of your politics. That's it. You got to be prepared for the consequences of your beliefs. The Black American has to ask the question, are you an American? Are you a part of America? Is America your own? Is America a part of you? Are you invested in maintaining the United States? Are you invested in this? Are you invested in preserving whatever you have benefited from, despite the history of segregation, despite the history of slavery, despite police brutality and disenfranchisement? Are you invested in the American project? You can, if you want to, you can leave the country and you can go to Africa, you can go to the Caribbean, you can go to Thailand, you can go to Japan, you can go to China if you want to. There are so many parts of the world that you can just get up and go to if you want to, if you hate this country so much. You can do that. But if you're not going to become an expatriate, if you're not going to migrate somewhere else or immigrate, if you're not going to immigrate somewhere else, if you can't find somewhere that is better than the United States, that can take care of you materially and in terms of public safety and these other things, if you can't find a better place than the United States, if you can't leave, then you have to come to terms with what the United States is. In other words, do you want to contribute to the decimation of your environment, the community that you live in, the decline, the evisceration of everything? Do you want to contribute to that? Do you want to turn your community into a developing country? Do you want to turn it? I'm going to go there. Do you want your environment to be a developing country? Do you want Somalia in the United States? Do you want South Sudan? Do you want Juba in the United States? I'm not talking about bringing Somalians here. I'm not talking about bringing Sudanese people here. I'm talking about living in a failed state. Do you want to live, if you are on the left, and I'm going to include the liberals, do you want to live in a failed state? That's the question. Somalia is a failed state. Sudan, all of Sudan is a failed state. Do you want to live in a failed state? This is a question for liberals. This is a question for leftists, particularly those who have an anti-American orientation. who think that everything about America is wicked and evil. Peace to you, Black Lyron. Peace to you. Good to see all you brothers. Good to see all you brothers. It's a Saturday afternoon, and this is BMI 3000 Reloaded. Y'all get the likes up. 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 America, the end or the beginning? America, the end or the beginning? This is a question that you have to ask. So there has been a lot of declinism. Yes, sir, Black Lyron. I guess you can hear it. I guess you can hear it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is what it is. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, Chance Rogers? What's going on, Shepard Tracer? There's a lot of declinism. And much of the declinism is the reason why we have Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump. The declinism is why we have Trump. The declinism is why we have America first. You understand? There are people in this country, in the U.S., and these are mainly people who are privileged. They are in the upper middle class. And I'm going to say this: these are people who are misguided. These are people who are overly entitled. These are people who have. These are people who take for granted the privileges that they have in the U.S. They take for granted, mainly white people. I'm talking about the people who burnt down Tesla, the people who are terrorizing Elon Musk right now, the people who are terrorizing Elon Musk at this moment. A lot of these people who are terrorizing Elon Musk, and I'm not saying this to defend Elon Musk, these so-called activists or these fake radicals, these are people who have an enormous sense of entitlement. An enormous sense of entitlement. They are bratty. They are spoiled. They are like petulant children. They cannot deal with loss. When things don't go their way, what they do is they want to burn stuff down. They want to burn stuff down. Highly infantilized Americans. And a lot of these people have very, very misguided notions about the United States. And they want to impose these ideas on the entire populace. They want the entire populace to accept these ideas. Antifa. Let me just go there. Antifa. Antifa. All of those activists who come out of Seattle, those who come out of the upper part of the West Coast, they're in Salt Lake City, mainly white places where you find just nothing but a bunch of white liberals and a white leftists. You can barely find a black person in some of these places. And these are people who are upper middle class. These are people who have college degrees, master's degrees, law degrees, PhDs. And they call themselves leftists. They call themselves anarchists. They're very, very entitled and very, very spoiled. And they hate America. They hate America. And these are the same type of people who whenever black people protest, whenever protests take place in the streets of Baltimore, the streets of Ferguson, Missouri, or in Minneapolis, Minnesota, or whenever protests take place in any place where you find large numbers of black people, these people come in and they co-opt all of the protest activity, and they come in and they do things that put black people's lives at risk. And they do things that create a greater backlash towards black people after the protests are over. You can't trust these people. You can't trust them. You see, go back to 2020. And these people, these are the ones, they were walking around. They had bricks in their hands. These are white people, they had bricks. These are white people who had hoods and masks. And they were running around Minneapolis. And they were throwing bricks. They had baseball bats. They were throwing bricks into the windows of businesses. They took baseball bats and they were breaking the windows of businesses with baseball bats. These people did not live in Minneapolis. These were your anarchists. These were your white anarchists from Seattle. That's where they were from, Seattle. These were white anarchists from Seattle. And these white anarchists, they would jump on a plane and they would fly to Ferguson, or they'll jump on a plane and they'll fly to Baltimore. And they do the same thing in Baltimore. They do the same thing in Ferguson or what have you. These white anarchists, middle class, upper middle class, master's degrees, PhDs, Antifa, that's who they are. They hate America. Yet, these people are upper middle class and they're white. They have high incomes. They work in professions and they don't show their faces. They never show their faces. Yeah, and these are the people who are burning down the Tesla factories right now. But now Pam Bondi, the FBI, the Department of Justice, all of them, and I want you to pay attention to that, because they're gonna plaster all their faces all over social media. The FBI. You have these people who are committing crimes. You have cameras everywhere. There are cameras all over the place. Do you think you see how sophisticated? Let me back up. Do you remember Luigi? You had Luigi Mangione, who's in custody right now. Luigi, who has become a folk hero. This guy comes from privilege. He comes from wealth. And this guy, he thought that he would be able to commit this crime against a high-profile white CEO, and he thought that he would be able to escape law enforcement. He thought he would be able to escape law enforcement. And he came close now. Luigi came close to escaping law enforcement. But ultimately, he wasn't going to escape, because you underestimate technology. There are cameras everywhere. There are cameras everywhere. And this guy, Luigi Mangione, who grew up in a very, very privileged situation, upper class, he got arrested. And this guy is sitting in jail right now, waiting to be prosecuted for taking out the CEO of a corporation tied to healthcare. These are the people who want to see America come to an end. Now, I'm not going to demonize Luigi. I'm not going to defend him. I'm not going to demonize him. I'm not going to do that. But what I'm trying to say to you guys is that you have people in this country who really want to see America come to an end. You have those people who want to see America come to an end and who will work actively in their own ways to bring America to its end. And then you have another group of people who are into declinism. These are the intellectuals. These are the people who will consistently talk about America's political economy, and they will talk about exploitation. They will talk about the nature of American capitalism. These are the folks who have real legitimate criticisms of the billionaires. They have real and legitimate criticisms of billionaires. Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, who is a political independent. Bernie Sanders ran for the U.S. presidency twice. Bernie Sanders ran in 2016 and he ran in 2020. He did not get the nomination of the Democratic Party in 2016 or in 2020. And part of the reason why Bernie Sanders did not get the nomination, why Hillary Clinton got the nomination back in 2016, and why Joe Biden got the nomination in 2020 is because Bernie Sanders was highly, highly critical of Wall Street, the billionaires. And Bernie Sanders has been consistent in talking about the way in which billionaires have contributed to American decline. And his critiques, his perspective is a very legitimate one. He is a more rational, he's been a more rational, logical type of person talking about decline, 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 decline. But here's the thing about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is not anti-American. That's the thing about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is not someone who believes that America should fall off, that America should be third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh in relationship to other nations on the planet. So what have I been saying up to this point? What I've been saying up to this point, brothers, is that you have a perspective and you have a set of practices among my microphone. I lost my mic. I'm back. What I was saying is you have people who want to see America at the bottom. They hate America. Not everybody, but you got a lot of folks in this country who hate America. And you have to couple that with the ways in which politicians, and let's just get there, the ways in which politics has worked over the decades to contribute to American decline. You have to talk about Bill Clinton, the North American Free Trade Agreement. We have to talk about the Great Recession of 2008. You can't forget about that, what Wall Street did. Wall Street sold out ordinary Americans, and it put us into a recession. It put us into a state of affairs that we had not seen since the Great Depression. And that happened under George H. Bush. So I'm not going to blame activists for all of this. Wall Street has been a major culprit in the decline of the United States over the last 25 years. And I'm being generous with 25 years. It goes back even 30 years. Again, Bill Clinton. 30 years ago, Bill Clinton was the president of the United States of America. 1995. Yeah, that's the year I graduated from college. Bill Clinton. So here we are in 2025, and Trump is in office in 2025, and Trump has made major moves in his efforts to restructure the United States of America. By using the Constitution, by using the executive branch, he's trying to restructure the United States in ways that will put America back to where it was in 1980 and 1988, to put America back to where it was in 1945. That's what Trump is trying to do right now. Now, Donald Trump is making a huge gamble. This is a huge gamble, guys. This is a huge gamble. Trump is a gambler. He's a gambling man. Trump is gambling with the United States right now. Trump is gambling with American first right now. Trump is gambling. He's gambling. America first is a gamble. There's no guarantee. Here's the thing, guys. American first is an idea, and I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say this from my perspective. It's an idea that makes lots of sense. It makes lots of sense. We need to build up the internal resources and reserves of the United States. We need to be concerned about what we produce and manufacture. We need to be concerned about it. We need to be concerned about American brands. We need to be concerned about employing Americans and all of that. I'm down with all of that. But there is no guarantee whatsoever that American first, as this ideology, this mythology, will produce the long-term results that it envisions. There's no complete guarantee. It's a gamble. This vision that Trump has, and this vision that's a part of MAGA, this is gambling. You're at the casino right now. You are restructuring the United States and you're doing it in a very dramatic fashion, and it's coming with all sorts of consequences for the economy. There is a huge possibility that we're going to go into a recession within the next 6 to 12 months. That's a huge possibility that we're going to go into a recession. You're gambling with tariffs. You're gambling with taxing Mexico, taxing Canada, taxing China, taxing all of our partners and competitors economically. You're gambling with all that stuff. This is a gamble. And there's no guarantee that there's going to be a huge payoff in the long term. And when I say long term, I'm talking about 10, 15, 20 years down the road. The long term. Long after Trump is in office, hell, long after Trump is no longer here. There's no guarantee. Trump is playing casino right now. This is casino. All of the cuts that are happening right now. Doge, getting rid of the Department of Education. Hell, even dealing with Social Security, which is a very, very sensitive thing. Social Security is a very, very sensitive thing. Hopefully, and I think you know, they leave parts of Social Security alone. It would be suicidal, and I said this on the prior stream. It would be suicidal for Trump to tamper with Social Security too much. It would be suicidal, and he knows that. It would be suicidal to tamper with Social Security. Suicidal. But the point I'm trying to make right now is that this is a gamble. This is a huge and enormous gamble. Trump is unpredictable. Trump is unstable. Trump is chaotic. Donald Trump, I'm going to say this again. Donald Trump is unpredictable. Donald Trump is unstable. Donald Trump is chaotic. But Donald Trump is not a dumb man. He ain't dumb. He ain't dumb. Donald Trump is gambling. This is gambling, what he's doing right now. This is venture capitalism. Y'all get the likes up. Get the likes up. We are talking about venture capitalism with Donald Trump. This is venture capitalism. This is high stakes capitalism right now in terms of what Trump is doing with the United States government. High stakes capitalism, venture capitalism. Y'all get the likes up. Y'all get these likes up. Get the likes up. We got 77 people who are up in the house. Get the likes up. What's going on? Is this the end or the beginning? Is this the end or the beginning? Get the likes up. We are in the second hour. We are in the second hour, my guys. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. We are in hour number 2 right now. At some point, I'm going to open up this chat. At some point, get the doggone likes up. Are we at the beginning? Are we at the end? Or are we at the beginning? Are we at the end? Are we at the beginning? What's going on, Pool Man 313? Pool Man says he was 5 years old in 1995. He said he was 5 years old, man. I hear you, brother. I hear you. I hear you. And this impacts you, Pool Man. 35 years old. Pool Man, you are 35 years old, Pool Man. Pool Man is 35 years old. Y'all look at Pool Man. Pool Man is 35 years old. Pool Man got to live with this for the next 20, 25, 30 years. Pool Man, I'm 51 years old, going on 52. Pool Man, I am 51 years old, going on 52. Pool Man, I turned 22 in 1995. 30 years ago today, I was 21 years old, Pool Man. 30 years ago today, I was 21 years old. I was in my last semester of college. I was in my last semester of college in March of 1995. I was in my last semester of college. Bill Clinton was the president in March 1995. He was the president of the United States. He was finishing up. He was in his first term, Bill Clinton. So, Pooh Man, this matters to any black man, any of you black men who are in Pooh Man's cohort. Pooh Man was 5 in 1995. If you are a black man who is 35 and under, you need to be listening to this right here. You need to be listening to this. If you are a black man who is 35 and under, you need to be paying attention right here. Because you got years ahead of you. You black men got years ahead of you. I said Donald Trump is gambling. The American First program is intended to reset and restart the United States. The America First program is intended to correct all of the mistakes that were made since Bill Clinton. Let me say this again. The America First ideology, mythology program is intended to correct all of the errors that were made since Bill Clinton became president in 1992. Now there's some stuff that there's some things going on in American First that precede Bill Clinton, but Bill Clinton is the place where you begin. I can go way back to World War II now. I can go back to World War II, but I'm not going to go back to World War II. But we're going to deal with Bill Clinton, especially when it comes down to foreign policy. Especially when it comes down to foreign policy and domestic policy. So Trump is cutting back the fat. And I said this before in other streams, that yes, people are losing their jobs. People will lose more jobs. They're going to lose more jobs. Cutting back on DEI. DEI. You see, you have people on the left and people and the liberals, they think that the DEI is simply a a reaction of white racists towards social justice. There are a lot of people who think that. They think that the reaction against DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, getting rid of all the initiatives under that umbrella in the federal government, and then even attacking DEI in corporate America, you have a lot of people who are liberals and who are leftists who think that this is simply a reaction against social justice. Now, at one level, it is a reaction against social justice. Anti-DEI is a reaction. It is a visceral and aggressive elimination of, I'm going to say, the excesses of social justice in American institutions. It is that. It is a reaction. But DEI, but the anti-DEI is not simply a reaction against, it is not simply a reaction against social justice, but the anti-DEI move from Trump is also about recalibrating American identity. Recalibrating American identity. That is that the United States has lost its national identity. The United States has lost the very notion of nationhood. Nationhood. What it means to be an American. What it means to be an American. What is an American? What does it mean to be a part of a nation state? That's what that's the larger issue that is a part of the visceral attack against DEI. It has to do with nationhood. It has to do with patriotism. It has to do with American identity. American identity. You see, you cannot exist as a nation if you don't have a national identity. What's going on, Terrence Johnson? I hear what you're saying, Terrence Johnson. I hear what you're saying. But we're working on that. We're working on that. We got to work through it. But they elected him. Here's the thing. Trump is chaotic. Trump is unstable. Trump is unpredictable, but he was elected in the office. That's what you got to deal with. You got to deal with that. And the other part, here's the other side of it that you have to consider, is that Joe Biden was basically status quo. Joe Biden was simply perpetuating go along and get along. We just have to go along and get along, continue to do what we've been doing with no effort to address real structural and endemic issues in the United States. That's basically what, so Joe Biden comes in as a person who was trying to create stability. And a lot of people, they want stability, but the type of stability that Joe Biden gave to the American people was a kind of stability that put Americans to sleep in relationship to deep-seated problems, domestic problems, and problems in relationship to foreign policy as they relate to the American empire. And this is why Kamala Harris was a problem, because Kamala Harris was no different. She offered nothing different from Joe Biden. You see, had Kamala Harris come into power and had Kamala Harris become POTUS, she would have extended the governance of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris would have been a puppet. Yes, we would have some semblance of stability or what have you, but we would not be dealing with economic realities. We would not be dealing with issues pertaining to inflation, taxes, jobs, infrastructure, that sort of thing, had she been placed in the position of POTUS. Which means that we would have a whole bunch of problems that existed under Joe Biden and before that will continue to go unaddressed. Now, let me get back to Donald Trump. I need to get back to Donald Trump. We have a problem in terms of national identity. National identity. This is why he was going against DEI. National identity. I said this earlier. Are you an American? Are you an American? What does it mean to be an American? What does it mean to be a citizen of the United States? Where do your interests lie? Are you invested in the future of the United States, the productive future of the United States? Are you invested there? Or are you simply the member of a tribe who only cares about your own individual interests, your own niche concerns, your own tribalistic concerns that are separate or seemingly separate from national concerns and national priorities? That's the issue. So abortion and feminism and all that kind of stuff. The people who, so here's the thing, the people who are pro-abortion and pro-feminist and all that kind of stuff, they are asked this question. Are you a patriot? Do you have concerns that are bigger than abortion? Are you concerned about the economy? This is the question for the feminists. This is the question. Do you care about the future of American public schools? Are you concerned about the future of the American economy? An economy that works for all Americans, not just a particular class, not just the upper middle class, not just the 1%. Are you concerned about the broader economy? Or are you just fixated? Are you just fixated on this issue of abortion, which has absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things to do with a sovereign nation and national identity? Are you an American? This is why the American First idea, according to Steve Bannon, is about economic nationalism. Nationalism. This is about the American flag and waving the American flag. Do you affirm the United States Constitution? Is the United States Constitution, if you are a citizen of the United States, can you say that the United States Constitution belongs to you? Do you embrace the United States Constitution as the foundational document that governs the United States? That is the question. If you are outside of the Constitution, if you don't like the Constitution, if you harbor animus and vitriol towards the American Constitution, and you believe that the American Constitution needs to be discarded or eliminated, that means that you are outside of the matrix of patriotism and nationalism. You don't embrace or you don't affirm the American idea. You are opposed to it. And this is why I'll give you an example. You have the congresswoman, the Muslim congresswoman. She is a Somali woman, the Muslim congresswoman. Ilhan Omar, the Somali woman, the congresswoman from Minneapolis. She has drawn the ire of the entire Republican Party. This woman has drawn the ire of the entire Republican Party because this is a woman who immigrated. She immigrated from Somalia to the United States. She became an American citizen. She was educated in the United States. She ran for office. She became a congressional representative within her state of Minnesota. And this woman has articulated ideas about her positionality and about the United States, which has prompted questions about her commitment, her very commitment to the American idea and the American project. How can you be a congressperson and you came here from Somalia and America has opened up opportunities for you, changed your life? How can you condemn the United States as a congressional representative and you were elected in direct relation to the United States Constitution? How can you affirm the American idea, the American project, when you have such vitriol towards the United States? And I'm not saying this as someone who has any issues with Ilhan Omar, but these are legitimate questions. These are legitimate questions. You come here from another country. You come here from a different culture with a different religion. You become a citizen of the United States. You run for Congress. You attain a congressional seat. And from your standpoint as a congressperson, you articulate deep vitriol towards the United States. You are not patriotic. You are not nationalistic. You do not possess an American identity. This is the issue when it comes down to American first. You do not like the idea, the American idea, and you are crapping on the idea of America. So this is a part of the American first thing. You can't have one foot in and one foot out. You have to decide what you're going to do. And see, you can't be a strong nation. Here's the thing: the United States cannot be strong according to the American First idea, the United States cannot be sovereign if you have a Congress who are composed of people like Ilhan Omar. If your Congress, if every person in Congress is just like Ilhan Omar, you are not going to have a country. If every member of Congress is anti-American, you are not going to have a thing called America. It's not going to exist. And if every American in the United States looks at America like Ilhan Omar, this woman who migrated, this immigrant rather, who immigrated from Somalia to the United States, if every American looks at the country like this, you are not going to have a country at all. And no country operates this way. You cannot go to any country in Africa. You can't go to Nigeria. You cannot go to Ghana. You cannot go to Senegal. You cannot go to Kenya. You cannot go to Zimbabwe and Mozambique. You cannot go to Libya. You cannot go to Egypt. You cannot go outside of Africa. You can't go to Israel. Israel doesn't operate that way. You're not going to go to Israel as an immigrant and become a politician and express views that are anti-Israel and think that that's going to fly. It's not going to fly. You're definitely not going to do it in China. The Chinese are not going to allow you to do it. The South Koreans are not going to allow you to do it. The North Koreans are not going to allow you to do it. The North Koreans going to take you out. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for that. So the idea of American first has to do with nationalism. It has to do with patriotism. It has to do with sovereignty. It has to do with American interests. And I've barely touched the issue of foreign policy. I've barely touched foreign policy. Y'all get the likes up. I am the man professor. If y'all support this, y'all get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Y'all see the Cash App BMI 3000 reloaded. Y'all see the Cash App BMI 3000. Y'all see the Cash App. I'm the map. I have a PA. Let me just remind you guys. You see, I let my hair down. I don't think I'm better than anybody, but I'm going to tell you this. You're not going to get this from anybody else. You're not going to get this from CNN. You're not going to get this from MSNBC. You ain't going to get it from anywhere. I'm sitting right here. I'm surrounded by dozens and dozens of books. I'm surrounded by dozens and dozens of books. Most Black men do not read books. Let me just say that to you. What's going on? Most black men do not read books. Most black men read absolutely nothing. I got to get my David Carroll on. You know, David Carroll was very harsh. I used to listen to David Carroll, and I wondered why, man. David Carroll would talk so harsh to black men. I'm like, man, David Carroll, man, you are harsh, bro. David Carroll would call black men savages. David Carroll would call black men dusty. David Carroll would call black men beta males and all sorts of things. David Carroll, he was very, very harsh on black men. Very, very harsh. When I first listened to David Carroll, I was like, David Carroll, why are you so harsh on black men, man? Come on. Be kind, be nice. But David Carroll, he was an old school guy, and he knew that you had to talk directly. You had to, talk straight with no chase. That was David Carroll. And David Carroll would say that black men are dumb. David Carroll will say that black men are illiterate. David Carroll will say that black men are savages. He would say all kinds of stuff like that. Was David Carroll. And it took some time for me to realize that David Carroll said those things not simply to be mean. That David Carroll said those things to invoke something in these black men. I would never say the things that David Carroll said. The things that David Carroll said about black men, I would never say. I would never say the things that David Carroll said about black men. But I will say this, black men don't read. You don't read. Don't value content. I will say that. If you value this ism, if you value this, it don't take a whole lot to get a like. A like. Support what you value. This is Saturday evening. Support what you value. I'm not some dude that's on here who's not certified. I got credentials. I've written books. Dr. T.S. Johnson will give the whole world a bunch of graphics. What's going on? Machismo TV. Dr. T.S. Johnson is going to give you a whole bunch of graphics and illustrations and charts and all that kind of stuff. I don't do that. I don't put up a bunch of charts and graphs and illustrations and do a bunch of videos. I talk. That's what I do. That's my claim to fame. That's my modus operandi. I talk. I will show my face smoking a cigar. I will show my face sipping on some Tanqueray or sipping on some rum or whatever. I would do that, or I would not show my face and do what I'm doing right here. Because I can just talk and talk and talk and talk. And I'm not talking out of my behind. I'm talking out of research what I know. And I don't talk as some God because I believe that I know everything. No, I'd never tell you that. And I've never come off, and I've tried not to come off as a know-it-all. That's the last thing I want to be. The last thing that I want to be, Machismo TV, what's going on? The last thing that I want to be is a know-it-all. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for that. Thank you for that. But if you value what we do here, send a like. If you value what we do here, send a super chat. I almost lost my job. I took a year from YouTube. I took a year off of YouTube because I was being trolled by people connected to what I do for a living. I was being trolled. I took an entire year off of YouTube. I had to finish my book. You ain't getting this ism nowhere else. Dr. Umar Johnson ain't gonna talk this kind of talk. Umar wants you to marry up defective people. Umar wants you to make bad decisions with your loins. That's what Umar wants you to do. Umar wants you to live a life of misery. He wants you to be a sacrificial lamb. That's what Umar wants you. Umar wants you to be a sacrificial lamb. I'm the opposite of Umar Johnson. Thank you, Red Fells Black. The Treaty of Westphalia has fallen to our new masters, the new neo-feudals. Shout out. I hear you, man. Is this the end? Is this the end or this the beginning? What's going on, Big Mo 89? Thank you for that. Thank you for that. PhD Tax. Thank you for that, Big Mo 89. Is this the end or the beginning? Is this the end? Or is this the beginning? We are going through some difficult times right now. And Trump knows it. He understands he's gambling. He is gambling. Donald Trump is gambling with the American economy right now. But here's the thing. There's no way to get around it. There's no way to get around it. In order to instigate something new, in order to create something that we haven't seen in decades, or to create something that is novel, you got to take a risk. And people are scared. And I understand that lots of people are scared. They're fearful. And they have good reasons to be fearful, because this man is gambling. He is gambling with the future of the United States. Yes, he is. He's barely been in the office 6 months, not even 6 months. We are only 3 months in, and Trump is gambling right now. He is gambling with the future of the United States. And only time will tell as to whether this gamble pays off. Only time will tell that. You got to cut back the fat. The conservatives, when the conservatives talk about the deep state, everything that they say about the deep state is not wrong. The conservatives are not wrong about the deep state. They call it the fourth branch of government. Now, I think that there is another branch of government, which I'm not going to get into right now, but they are not completely wrong when they talk about the deep state and the problems of the deep state. That there is too much bureaucracy, there is too much red tape connected to the deep state. And the biggest problem with the deep state, here's the thing what the conservatives are right about. The biggest problem with the deep state is that you have too many bureaucrats. You got too many bureaucrats. You've got too many administrators. That's the big thing about the deep state. The deep state is imbued with administrators whose positions have not been challenged or questioned. The administrative state. And what Trump is doing is attacking that administrative state. And I can't say that I fought him for it. You see, bureaucracy in and of itself is not a bad thing. But when you have too much bureaucracy, yeah, you have a horrible thing. When you got too much bureaucracy, when you got too much red tape. Red tape has its place, but when you have too much red tape, this is the issue. When you have too much regulation, when you have too much oversight, when you have too much of that, which creates unnecessary burdens, tax burdens for the American public. Because this bureaucratic state has to be funded, and it is funded by taxpayers. So I get it. I get it. You create an unnecessary cookie jar. You fill it with cookies. And the American taxpayer has to fund the cookie and the cookie jar. That's what we're talking about right here. Y'all get the likes up. Y'all get them likes up. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. BMI 3000 Reloaded. This is Saturday evening. It's 2 minutes to 6 p.m. I am the Mad Professor. I'm the Mad Professor. Are we dealing with the end of America or the beginning? Is this the end of the United States or is this the beginning? This is the question that we're wrestling with today. Now, y'all know that I'm long-winded. But I'm going to transition now. We're going to make a leap at this particular moment. We're going to open up the lines. We're going to open up the lines. I'm getting ready to drop the link in the chat. The link in the chat. I got time today. I'm dropping this link up here. If I can't see you, if I can't see your face, if I can't see your avatar, if I can't see anything, if I don't know who you are, I'm not bringing you up. If there is nothing about you that gives me a reason to include you in this conversation. I'm not going to bring you up. The link is in the chat. Is this the beginning? Is this the end, rather? Or is this the beginning? Is this the end or the beginning? The link is there, guys. I don't have to tell you that there's a whole bunch of people who are in doomsday mode. They are in doomsday mode right now. Doomsday. What am I talking about? If you watch MSNBC, if you watch mainstream media, if you watch CNN, if you listen to the liberals talk, and if you listen to some of the leftists talk, all you hear is doomsday. All you hear is apocalypse. All you hear is the end of the world. The end of the world, that's it. It's the same thing that we heard prior to the 2024 election. It's the same thing. Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. You got people who are constantly shaming everybody who voted for Donald Trump. They're shaming the people. See, we told you. We told you what would happen. This is what would happen now. People are losing their jobs. The economy is falling. We told you that this was going to happen if you voted for Donald Trump. We told you that. We told you that. We told you that. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. And these people are not just talking. They're not just talking about MAGA people who voted for Trump. They're not just talking about Republicans who voted for Trump who are not MAGA. They're talking about people who were Democrats who voted for Trump. They're talking about people who independents who voted for Trump. They're talking about people who did not vote at all. People who didn't vote at all. And there's an extra layer to it. The people who did not vote at all are the people who were Democrats. There were Democrats who didn't vote. There were independents who didn't vote. There were Democrats who voted third party. There were independents who voted third party. There are lots of people who voted. They didn't vote for Trump. They just didn't vote for Kamala Harris. And these are not Republicans. These are not MAGA people. And you got the people who stayed home. The link is in the chat. I invite you, if you got something to say about the future of the United States, say it. Otherwise, I will go on and then I'll wrap up the stream. Now, I'm looking at all these people who are crashing out. All these Democrats in particular. Because the Democratic Party is in the state of disarray right now. It is in a complete state of disarray. It is in shambles right now. And I'm going to say to you that the Democratic Party is done. It is done. You got people like Jasmine Crockett and AOC who are being lifted up. They are being lifted up as the future of the Democratic Party. Jasmine Crockett and AOC. This is your future. You got folks who are suggesting that AOC is going to run in 2028. In 2028. That AOC has the juice, that AOC has the goods, that AOC has the skills, that AOC has the kind of acumen that is necessary to ensure that the impact of Donald Trump does not go beyond this election cycle. They are really thinking that. They are really thinking that. And what that tells me is that these people are completely incompetent. Completely incompetent. If you think that AOC is your savior, if you think that AOC is your messiah, you got something seriously wrong with you in terms of your political judgment. There's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. If AOC is the future of the Democratic Party, and you see that, there is something completely wrong with your judgment. Because this person has not done anything in the state of New York. She has not done anything in her district in the Bronx that suggests to anybody who has eyes that warrants any type of confidence in her as a future presidential candidate. None, there's nothing whatsoever. That somehow or another, she is going to replace the decrepit, failing gerontocracy, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, James Clyburn. That's what it is. That's the gerontocracy. Maxine Waters, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, James Clyburn, Maxine Waters, gerontocracy. A gerontocracy. People in their 80s. In their 80s. That she's going to be the person to effectively surpass this group of old people. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. We got Black Lion, my brother.
Hey Doc, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. This is a topic that a lot of us young brothers really need to start paying attention to.
Yeah.
I'm here in Atlanta, and I've been politically aware for, I would say, close to a decade. My political journey really started with Bernie, and
Hold
that
on, Black
brought,
Lion. Hold on,
yeah.
Black Lion. Black Lion. Tell for the brothers. I want the brothers to know your generational demographic. Let
Hmm.
them know. If you want to share your age or what have you, man, because I want the brothers to understand when you talking about your demographic
Yeah,
and where you are, man. Let us know exactly where you are on the spectrum.
absolutely. So right now I am about to turn 29.
Okay.
So I'm on the cusp of the millennial
Mm-hmm.
and Gen Zers.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was mentioning before, my political awareness really came about during Bernie's presidential run in 2016,
Mm-hmm.
because it was a clear sign that the future of America was going to be something better than it already was,
Mm-hmm.
and there was some type of forward progress, whether that be through free education, better
Mm-hmm.
healthcare, better management of our social programs, a social net in some way, shape, or form. So that really excited me. I've gotten the privilege to travel to Europe and
Mm-hmm.
see how life is lived there, and then coming back to America, it's a stark difference.
Mm-hmm.
So coming all the way, fast forwarding all the way up till now, and the timeline that we're on, it's pretty discouraging for us younger folks, because we the future is looking bleak.
Mm-hmm.
And what you mentioned surrounding the gerontocracy, it's also discouraging to see that these older folks have held on to power for so long,
Oh
while
my
you
God.
look at the rest of the world
Mm-hmm.
and their leaders are young. I mean, look at Canada, our northern neighbors. Justin Trudeau is in his 40s,
Mm-hmm.
and we're electing individuals in their 70s and 80s, which
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, do people understand? Imagine your grandparents running and managing trillions of dollars, managing all these complex institutions and systems. But that's what we have going on across the country. It's not just with the
Mm-hmm.
presidency, it's
Mm-hmm.
all the bureaucrats, and it's all these institutions. So the transition of
Mm-hmm.
power is
Mm-hmm.
is going to be, I'm not sure how it's going to happen, if it's going to be a fight, if it's going to be just a smooth transition. It's all up in the air right now, and it's pretty damn, I'm not going to say it's scary, but I'm just watching to see what the hell's going to happen.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you. What year did what was the first election that you voted in?
It was 2016. No, I sat out in 2016, since the Democratic Party shafted Bernie. So
Okay.
the first one was the Biden Trump election in
Biden. Okay.
2020.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. So here's the thing. Just to give you some insight. So I'm a
Hmm.
Gen Xer. I'm a Gen Xer, and we've been dealing with this. I've dealt with this, or we have. When I say we, I'm talking about Gen Xers.
Hmm.
We dealt with this We dealt with this gerontocracy decades ago. We dealt with this as we were coming up,
Hmm.
because when we were coming up, Cory Booker, he's a senator out of New Jersey and what have you. He first started his political career running for mayor of Newark, New Jersey, in the early part of the aughts, the 2000s, and he ran against a guy named Sharp James, who had been a long-term mayor. He was a boomer, and he ran against him one time and he lost. Cory Booker, he lost, and he had a this guy Sharp James had a major machine. But Sharp James was a part of that generation
Hmm.
who did not want to give up power. Okay. And Cory Booker had to run again, and fortunately, he won because Sharp James was basically he was able to demonstrate Cory Booker that is that this man is ineffective, that this man is not good for Newark, New Jersey. Okay, and Cory Booker, people talk about him sometimes um, in unflattering terms and everything like that. They talk about his masculinity and what have you. And he grew up real privileged. He went to Yale and all that kind of stuff, and child of the black upper middle class. But Cory Booker paid his dues. I'm going to tell you about Cory Booker. Cory Booker paid his dues. All right, and but the point I'm trying to make is that he was representative of the stranglehold that this gerontocracy had, and that they did not. Here's the thing: they did not want to share power whatsoever. Okay, and beyond Cory Booker, I'm going to go back to Obama. Okay, and for all the guys who've heard me, I'm not a big fan of Barack Obama or what have you. But what I will say about Barack Obama, I will say this: Barack Obama was in his mid 40s when he ran for the presidency back in 07, 08, and everything like that. He too was going against the gerontocracy, all right? Because Clyburn and all those people, and Pelosi and the Clintons and all those, they were intent on not letting anybody come in and share power and what have you. You understand?
Hmm.
And Obama, what Obama was able to do, he was able to build a grassroots coalition similar to Trump. Okay, and this is what people don't understand. So there's not really. I'll put it like this: Obama and Trump. It's easy to look at these guys and say that they're like radical extremes and polar opposites or whatever. We could easily do that.
But they're
However,
absolutely not. That's the
but
media's.
yeah, that's the media thing.
Yeah.
But they're similar in that Obama created a coalition, okay, that exceeded the influence of the establishment because there were many millennials. He brought in millennials. He brought in
Hmm.
at that particular time, and the millennials were in their 20s. Okay, and then he brought in Gen Xers. We were in our 30s. We were in our mid 30s and what have you. And he brought in he brought in new generations. You understand? And so the Clintons, Pelosi, and all them, they basically had to kiss the ring. Okay, especially when he got to the primaries. He had the Iowa caucus, he had the South Carolina primary, and everything like that. And by the time he got to the DNC convention, it was already afoot. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be able to stop this dude. And then once he was able to secure '08, he changed the game. You understand? So Obama was the last young person within the Democratic establishment who was able to contest the gerontocracy. Now, here was the thing: we had hopes. When I voted for Obama in 2008, I had hopes that he would completely upend the gerontocracy.
Mm.
But what Obama did was he incorporated them. That is, that he made them a part of his administration. So he made Hillary Clinton a part of his administration. He made John Kerry a part of his administration. And it was a big thing. He brought the Clintons in, and I would say it was very pragmatic because they had power. I ain't going, even though they were the gerontocracy, they had power. He needed them, okay. But he kind of Obama allowed them to have too much influence. I'm going to put it like that.
Exactly. He
Yeah, yeah,
definitely acquiesced to
yeah,
their influence.
yeah. So here we are. Fast forward 2025, and they had not. Obama failed. Here's the thing. So AOC, when we look at AOC is a part of that generation. She's young. She's not that much either. She can't be that much older than you. But
She's in her I would say mid-30s.
mid 30s or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she was young. You know what I mean? Younger rather. And so he was able to bring in people like her. And then of course, fast forward 2016, you got Bernie who came in. You know, and she was a part of that and everything. And Bernie had the potential, and that was the thing, because it didn't happen in 2016. But by the time we get to 2020, Bernie has his own kind of coalition. He was able to retain um, younger people. You know what I mean? And the DNC deliberately halted his campaign, and they made an executive decision. They said, like, "Nah, we're not going with Bernie because Bernie scares Wall Street too much. He's independent and all that kind of stuff," and they basically shut him down. You know what I mean? So here we are, fast forward 2025, with this situation now. The Republican Party is a bit different because the Republican Party, and this is how they have operated, in my lifetime. In my lifetime, the Republican Party has not been hostile to young leadership. In my lifetime, the Republican Party has been deliberate in cultivating young leaders.
And you
Okay,
can, sorry to cut you off, but you
go
can,
ahead.
I went to um a private a southern formerly Southern Baptist University
Mm-hmm.
in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And to go off your point,
Mm-hmm.
they are encouraging leadership through these universities throughout
Yes.
the country. There's
Yes.
a clear path and system to where you can, from college, you're your political head, and you can make your way through the ranks into genuine political leadership. It's not
Yes.
airy fairy like
Yes.
if you were a Democrat and you have to leverage some type of notoriety and then become a part of the party like AOC did as a bartender.
Yo. So you look at Trump's press secretary, the Levitt woman. Um, she just did not appear out of thin air. Okay. Donald Trump's press secretary right now, she is someone who has been groomed, and she was groomed over a long period of time. And I suspect, her family connections got something to do with that and everything, as well as the fact who she married to. Um, but she's the kind of person who was a part of that um, Republican apparatus of bringing young people in and preparing them for future positions. You understand, and future influence and everything like that. And you don't have that with the Democrats. And you're absolutely right. On college campuses, no one can compete. No, the Democrats simply can't compete with what the Republicans have done on college campuses.
It's
Uh,
not even close. There's no democratic liberal political culture
no,
apart from, of course, the feminism and all that
yeah,
stuff, but they don't create a type of group or organization within these universities like the Republican Party, like the GOP, and it's like, what the hell's going on? Who's supposed to be the next genuine
Yeah.
Democratic leadership if we don't have these things going on across the country?
They don't have it. They don't have it. They didn't have it during my lifetime and what have you. I remember the college Republicans when I was in college. You know what I'm saying? And the
Yeah, yeah.
graduate school and everything and what they were doing, you know, and they had clear portals to advancement, leadership, cultivation, because what separates the Democrats, or the Republicans rather, from the Democrats is that the Republicans have clarity. They've always been clarity. They have always had clarity in terms of their conservative vision. So you know, they've never been plagued by identity politics. They've never been plagued by all this stuff about diversity and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They've never been plagued by the kind of tribalistic stuff that you find on the liberal left. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that has worked rather, you know, to their, you know, to their advantage. You know what I mean? And so now here we are with your generation. This is a big thing. I mean, your generation, not talk to, you know, folks who are younger than you, and I tell them, I say, you have to live in this country now. You know, I talk to a 20. Yeah, I'm like, you're 20, you're 19 and 20 years old. You have to live here, and you know, you have to live here, and you got. I mean, I'm 51. I might not, you know, if I'm lucky, I might see 65. I might see 70 or whatever. You know what I mean? You know, or beyond. But I've lived a lot of my life. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that I'm like, if you're 20 years old or 19, I'm like, and you don't plan on being an expatriate and living in a different country or whatever, I'm like, you got to live in this country. And, you know, if you're smart, you understand that you have a vested interest in the future of this country and who runs the country. You know what I'm saying? And so all this stuff matters. You think, you know, you're looking at this old man in the White House who's 78 years old. I'm like, this stuff is going to affect you for the next 30 to 40 years. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You know, and it's just a real thing.
Yeah, and it seems, as someone that's younger, that the power is just so far away. It seems like it's gotten further and further, and it's less touchable, and we can't grasp it. And that could be through the political means, but also through the economic means, to where, okay, maybe if we don't have a hold or a grip on our political say-so, then we could do well economically. And that's really not the case at the moment. And I don't know how things are forecasted for the next 5 to 10 years, but it seems as though a lot of things are simply out of reach, and that is really disheartening for a lot of folks my generation and younger. So we're just trying to you know, figure life out. People are partying, doing drugs, drinking, all of that type of stuff to try to to try to numb that reality.
Numb it. Ghetto User, man, thank you for that. Thank you for that contribution, Ghetto User. Ghetto User says, from the reader to the next. You beyond. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. We doing the dog, and we trying to make this thing happen, man. We trying to make this thing happen. Dr. T.S. Johnson is in the house. What's going on? What's going on? Y'all hit the like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. If you like this ism, man, contribute. BMI 3000 Reloaded. Cash App $BMI. We are doing this on the Saturday evening.
Heavy hitters in the chat.
I've got my man Black Lion up in the house. What's going on? Keisha loves Pookie. He says America has not had a Gen Xer as president. No, we haven't. Boomers have been dominating American politics since the 1980s. Yes, you are absolutely right, my brother. Unfortunately, we have not had it. And I don't know, hell, we may never have a Gen X president. I'm not gonna hang my hat on that or whatever. You know what I mean? I will say, when I look at someone like a JD Vance, I see, possibilities there, you know what I mean? And, he's a young guy. JD is, I think 40 years old or something like that. And, a young guy, you know what I mean? He got a good head on his shoulders and everything. And so we're going to see what happens to that, as we go forward. But back to what we were saying, yeah, man, if, people your age, people, from 20 on up, 20 to 35 or whatever, man, yeah, they've got a vested interest, whether they realize it or not. And you're right. It's easy to get distracted and get knocked out on, alcohol and drugs, entertainment, sex, and all this kind of stuff. That's why when I started to stream over 2 hours ago, I talked about Pop the Balloon. you know, I was talking about Pop the Balloon and some of the, recent versions of that show, and, and what the nonsense and ridiculous stuff that you see there, that's making, at least make the woman who runs that platform, that's making her rich. You know what I mean? But you know, if
she's
that's,
also
yeah,
helping the content economy too.
absolutely, absolutely. And if that is what people in that cohort, 20 to 35, or maybe 20 to 30, if that's what, intrigues them the most right now, I mean, it is what it is. But I would just say where we're going, is going to change a lot of that, because, you know, um, money, economics, has a way of awakening people. You know what I mean? One thing I do say about Donald Trump, and what I do value in this moment with all of this chaos and all of the instability and all of the unpredictability that we're seeing right now, is that the United States, the citizenry of this country, is forced to deal with money and economic realities and economic, futures and everything like that. You know what I mean? And so right now, we're not sidetracked by identity politics. So
That is very true. The conversations I'm seeing, not just in black circles, but definitely the white circles, it's like it is having a hard economic focus, which is good because people are becoming more grounded in what we're actually talking about, what we're discussing.
absolutely. There's no distraction. You put. I'm just gonna say it, man. You take that trans stuff and put it off the table. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, we're not gonna be distracted by trans issues. We're not gonna be distracted by abortion. Okay, we ain't talking about no abortion. We're not gonna.
I haven't heard abortion talk since this man got in office.
Yeah, and that's good. That's good. So we're not talking about trans stuff. We're not talking about abortion. We're not talking about a whole bunch of LGBTQ issues. You know what I mean? And I think that's a good thing. Bread and butter. The reality is, the talk is, okay. Are we going to be entering into a recession over the next 6 to 12 months? You know what I mean? What's that going to look like? And how Trump's, tariff policies, will impact that and everything. You know what I mean? So basically, bread and butter. You know what I mean? Whether people
Mm-hmm.
can, afford gas, afford food, whether people have jobs, that sort of thing. That's on the table. So we've taken, Trump has taken all that identity stuff and sidelined it. You know what I mean? Basically marginalized it. You know,
Mm.
and I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. You know, even though we're dealing with a risky situation in the future economically, but it's a good thing because those other issues are major. They're huge distractions. It's just huge distractions. You know, toxic toxic masculinity. That's a huge distraction. You know what
Oh
I mean?
man, that yeah.
It's time consuming. You know, and yeah, yeah, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So that's where we are. We got no placeholder. Thank you for that contribution. No placeholder. He says the Dems capture any white and non-white opposition to white supremacy by offering pipe dreams. You're absolutely right. If the objective is to allow white supremacy to rule, the Dems did their job. Yeah, they did. They freaking did. They did freaking did. And I have to say that, so um I find it fascinating, you know, you have these people who are crashing out, the Democrats crashing out. You know, I'm an independent, and I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. And and you have these people who are in constant victim mode, and they are constantly right now, even before the election, talking about the world coming to an end. You know what I mean? America coming to an end and everything like this. And look at what it's doing. And I want you guys to pay close attention to how mainstream media represents itself. I want you all to pay attention to all of the victim stories and all of the stories of tragedy that you will see on MSNBC, on CNN. And what I mean by that is people losing their jobs, or instances of racial oppression. If you go to CNN, if CNN starts doing a whole bunch of segments on police brutality, I want you to look at that, guys, with a side eye. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because not to diminish like police brutality, but the only reason why they're doing that is to legitimate their position. Okay. That is, that they will use stories of black suffering, black pain. They will use stories of unemployment. They will use a whole bunch of tragedy right now in order to bolster their position. That is, Trump is bad. Trump is bad. Trump is bad. See, look what's happening now. See. So if you might see a story, and we have white supremacists in our country right now, right? But if you get a story about some white supremacists having an altercation with some black people, okay, they're gonna run with that and they're gonna run it in the ground. And it's not because they really care about it, because they don't, but it fits their narrative, you know. And I call that, well, I didn't create this word. Trump famously codified. He called it fake news. You understand what I mean? And it's fake news not because these events did not happen. It's fake because it's an exaggeration in terms of what's going on all across the country, and they use that simply to say that Trump is bad. If you voted for Trump or what have you, if you sat home, if you didn't vote at all right, that you made a bad mistake. You know, and here is the evidence. We are going to shame you for it, and we need you to vote for us in 2028. That's kind of what's going on in the mainstream media. You know what I
And
mean?
it really highlights the various stories. Let's take for instance the breaking of the Black Lives Matter street, or taking that off in Washington,
Yeah,
or the possible pardoning of Derek Chauvin,
yeah.
or the segregation ruling. I mean, as black folks, we're not. It doesn't seem like we're really falling for it. And
No,
I really like our responses, or let's say our lack of response to a lot of these stories. I think we're really starting to become politically aligned on that front.
No, it's maturity, right? Because like you said, like the black, like in DC. I mean, so what? They, they have to remove, or they had to remove the Black Lives Matter a plaza and everything
Doc,
like that.
in 2020, we like black folks would have been on the streets for that.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is that it makes no difference in our lives, right? The thing about it is, if they remove Black Lives Matter plaza, I'm like, it wasn't there before then. You know what I mean? We've been dealing with police brutality for over 100 years. You know what I mean? And so now in 2020 with George Floyd, this is when it becomes important or whatever. But the deeper thing is that it has no bearing on people's real material lives and
Mm.
conditions and everything. It just has no bearing. You're talking about symbolism, you see, and so and even with the segregation ruling, it's like, and people keep saying this. I've seen this with a whole bunch of black liberals, and I said this on one of my other streams. There was a woman. Her name is Monique Presley. She was a part of Bill Cosby's defense team. It's his first defense team when all that Me Too stuff came down. She was a very, very competent lawyer, and she was on Instagram, and she did this thing on Instagram where she was talking about white nationalists, and she she was saying that um, these white nationalists are gonna have open season on black people, and they're gonna invade our homes and run up in our houses and drag us out and hang us on crosses and stuff like that. And I responded to her and I said, I'm like, respectfully, Miss Presley, this is not 1955. You know what I'm saying? This is not 1957. You are engaging in exaggeration and hyperbole and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know that these white nationalists exist. Yeah, but you know, a lot of black people got guns. You know what I'm saying?
We're strapped.
Yeah, a lot of black folks are strapped. You know what I'm saying? And so, the black people in 2025 ain't the same black people in 1957. You know what I'm saying? And
At
so,
all.
yeah, so I'm like, this is fear mongering and all this kind of stuff. And even with the segregation ruling, I'm like, yeah, again, this is 2025. This is not 64 or 1965 or whatever. And you live, I'm going to say it, American society has been diversified. You understand? Even with Trump and all the stuff about diversity and inclusion, you can't turn back the fact that this country consists more than just white people. You know what I'm saying?
Especially in these major cities.
Yeah, it consists more than just white people. You can't reverse that. Especially, you know, they're legal. They're here, whether they come from different countries or whatever, or born here. You can't reverse it. You know what I mean? There's nothing that you could do reverse that. You know what I mean? We have, I live in North Carolina. We have major cities here. We got Charlotte. We have Raleigh. We got Durham. These cities are very, very quote unquote diverse. You know what I mean? And I'm in the southern state that went for Trump. You know what I mean? And these are basically democratic cities. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like you can't reverse that. You know what I mean? You can't reverse that with an executive order, or there's no way to reverse that. You know, and but if you allow them to control the narrative, they will have you thinking that we're going to go back to Jim Crow. You know what I mean? And we're going to go back to separate and separate but equal and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, this is just an exaggeration, man. This is nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not concerned about Trump tinkering with some of these civil rights laws and what have you, because we're too far gone. Yeah,
Mm.
we are too far gone. You know what I'm saying? It would take a major, I'll put it like this. It would take a humongous and even a miraculous psychological shift across the country for America to go back to where it was, in 1950. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it would take a humongous, work. And I'm of the conviction that not even the white nationalists and their influence can make that happen.
No, there's too much money. There's too much diverse money in the
Oh
system at the
man.
moment. It wouldn't
Oh
even make
man.
sense.
Oh man. It is too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. And so yeah, man, that's where we're going. But tell me, man, I mean, what do you and I know, I mean, you expressed some of this earlier when you came on. What is your sense, man, of the future and how you see things and where you think we're going and everything, man? How do you, as a guy, 29 years old,
Hmm.
black man, how do you see things, man? Help the younger guys, man, who are watching.
Yes. So what it seems like now is those of us who have more nationalist sentiments are coming into the Republican Party. And I see that with young men of all races who
Mhm, mhm,
really want to have a future in this
mhm,
country.
mhm,
And that seems to be the trend. And I think that trend will continue onward. Right now, I don't think the Democratic Party has any type of salient leadership or
mm,
proposal of what the future of this country will look like. It's
mhm,
still trying to appease the appease the far left socially,
mhm,
right? And I don't think they're going to get things together until we have another Republican president. I don't think that's
mm,
really going to change within the next 4 years. They're really going to drive as far as they can with what they're
mhm,
doing now
mhm,
and then recognize it won't work. So there's a possibility. There's a
mhm,
possibility that the Democratic Party undergoes some type of transformational change, and in doing so, that could be I think it could be the future of America if they're really starting to introduce things like some type of reparations platform
mhm,
or a path to reparations, social programs that are robust and that'll have us some type of safety net, because that's coming in the future with AI and in the rise of technology. So I'm not sure if that's going to be exclusively on the Democratic Party platform, because that's just going to happen within the next, let's say, 20 to 30 years. So
So you
mhm,
see, go ahead, go ahead, go
yeah,
ahead, go ahead.
yeah. So there's a possibility of some type of transformational change within the Democratic Party. I think the Republican Party right now has the stranglehold on the youth and on the
Mm,
pulse, the general pulse of America. Although their
mm,
policies are
mm,
still
mhm, mhm.
at the behest of the oligarchs, I think
Yeah, yeah.
they're still giving us as in general Americans some type of lip service with the immigration. You know, I have people sending me videos of that. They love that shit. They're like, yeah, get them out of our country. I'm like, okay, but can we talk about what our economy is going to be like, because
Mhm,
that's really at the center of all this. So those are
mhm,
just
mhm,
some of my thoughts. I think for the for the near future, the country's red, and if the
mm,
Democrats don't have some type of transformative agenda, which if they continue to have the gerontocracy and the old folks in power, it's not going to happen. And if they have people like AOC and
mhm,
Crockett, I think it'll be more lip service than any type
mhm,
of real transformative policy.
mhm, mhm. Well, tell me what we think about this, man. So
Mm-hmm.
I was watching this coverage. The governor of California, Gavin Newsom. He's been having conversations. And I haven't. He has a podcast, from what I understand. I haven't watched his podcast, but I've been watching people who have been reporting on his podcast and on YouTube and everything. And so he's had conversations with Charlie Kirk, who's a young guy, and who I don't particularly care for. I don't like this guy. He's a racist.
And
Um,
he's not particularly intelligent either. I don't know why the alternative media apparatus has really
yeah.
put him up out front. I mean, he's not compelling in any way.
No, he's not. He's not. He's not. He's not interesting to me. You know what I
But
mean?
also, just a quick point. That's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of those in the GOP and the media that affiliates with that party, they're not particularly compelling. And to lose the media narratives and to lose elections to them is like, man, you don't even.
Yeah,
These people
yeah.
aren't particularly intelligent, compelling, or have great policy, and it baffles me that the opposing party can't do anything
Hmm.
about that,
Hmm. Hmm.
or even third party.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And so Newsom, who is a hard, I'll see him as a hardcore kind of leftist governor, California, what have you. And he's trying to. It's obvious he wants to run for. He wants to be POTUS.
Yep.
And I don't know how he's going to be able to overcome his record in California. But he's a movie star. He's a movie star kind of guy. You know what I mean? It's obvious to me that he's used his kind of movie star, looks. Just imagine George Clooney, being the governor of a state or whatever. You know what I mean? And he got
Exactly.
a whole bunch of horrible leftist politics. You know what I mean? But he wants to appease the right. You know what I mean? He wants to move in a different direction now. Okay, that the right is in power. And so anyway, so he's talking to Kirk, and then he talks to strategists. He's talking to Steve Bannon. You know what I mean? Who is the nationalist guy, economic nationalist and everything like that, and really the kind of one of the major architects of what Trump is doing right now. You know what I mean?
I have a
And
newfound respect for Bannon. I've heard him on interviews, and I'm like, okay, this is a really intelligent guy.
yeah, Bannon. Now Bannon, and I'm the same way. You know what I mean? So Bannon, I dealt with him back in 2016 at a distance because I was kind of I said, what is this guy doing? Because he had reached out to black men. And I had never
Mm.
seen that. I had never seen that. I've watched these Republicans for all my adult life, and I had never seen a Republican strategist who was so overt and kind of aggressive towards kind of reaching out to black men. Never in my life, right? And I saw that, back in 2016 and everything like that. I said, "What is this guy doing?" You know what I mean? And what he was, and yeah, seriously. And I was
Hmm.
like,
Hmm.
what's this guy saying? You know what I mean? And I'm a black man. I'm listening. You know what I mean? And I couldn't find anything wrong with what he was saying. You know what I mean? At that particular time, but I still kept him at a distance because I had spent my whole life really, voting as a Democrat and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And but at any rate, over time, I find myself more open to this guy. You know what I mean? And looking at him actually as different from, see, Steve Bannon would tell you. Steve Bannon comes out to say, "I'm not a conservative." He would say that. Steve Bannon says, "I'm not a conservative. I'm an economic nationalist." You understand? And he would go even further and say that I was never down with the Republican establishment.
Yep.
Now, if you get a white guy like that, who is not a Democrat, okay, who says, well, not just, I mean, what, first and foremost, I'm not down with the Republican establishment. Okay, I'm I'm not a Democrat or whatever, but I'm not down with Republican establishment. But if I have to deal with this establishment, I would deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Um, and he kind of felt like, okay, I can see this. I can get this, man. I mean, this guy, and you guys who don't know who Steve Bannon is, and I said this some time ago. I'm gonna do a stream on Steve Bannon, because I think that we need to look at black men in particular. Need to look at a guy like this and see what he's saying and everything. He has some in terms of Breitbart. The guy who started Breitbart, Andrew, he was a racist guy. I'm just gonna say it like this. He was
Yeah,
racist.
yeah.
Andrew Breitbart was racist. Okay. But outside of that, Bannon has kind of distinguished himself from that. You know what I mean? And so at any rate, he's having conversations with Gavin Newsom and everything on Gavin Newsom's podcast, and I'm watching how liberals are reacting to what Gavin Newsom is doing with people like that. And some of the liberal women that liberal women are, it just drives them crazy. It just Crystal Ball with Breaking Points. I saw her, and she's a kind of prominent, she's liberal woman and stuff like that, and in her 40s and everything like that, and she just hates him. You know what I mean? And she hates the fact that Gavin Newsom is talking to him. But anyway, where I wanted to go with this is that you have young men, and I'm looking at young men in the country. I'm looking at black men. I'm looking at white. I'm looking at all young men. All demographics of young men who are, heterosexual. In particular, young men who are heterosexual. And I'm saying to myself, in light of the last election, that the Republican Party has this demographic. If it want, it can keep this demographic um, in the future. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm kind of wondering, as a young guy yourself, man, and I know you probably got younger friends that you communicate with more so than I have, and what have you, man. What do you think about them? What do you think about the young guys in this country, moving in that direction, man? What are your thoughts on that?
The heterosexual ones
Yeah.
have definitely been captured by the GOP and the Republican Party. And again, these men are going to be the backbone of our economy. And the Republicans have a general platform in how they want America to look and run for the next foreseeable future, next 5,
Yeah.
10, 15 years. And it's from that perspective, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. And I no, yeah. And it seems to me, and that's one of the major issues that the Democratic Party itself has to grapple with. And I don't think I'm going to, from my perspective, I don't think the Democratic Party has a response to it.
They don't. They
Yeah,
don't at all. I mean, they really don't. And
they don't.
Gavin Newsom, George George Clooney, I would call him.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what's happening in California.
Mm-hmm.
No one
Mm-hmm.
is going to elect him president because we know what California is now. The income inequality is crazy. It's the highest, I think the highest rate of billionaires are within California. Black folks are doing horrible in California. They're moving out, they're coming down south. And it's a dystopian future for America. And working class Americans, we're not having that. We want to still fight for uh, good living with
Uh,
just general hard work. And
mhm,
California has become somewhere where if you're not in a above six-figure tech job, you're not living comfortably.
mhm, mhm. No, no, absolutely, absolutely. And you're right, man. And I've seen this for quite some time. You know, I'm in North Carolina, and the reality is that over the last maybe 10 years, there has been a significant influx of people from the West Coast in the South. I mean, they've been moving from California to Texas, and to Florida. In fact, CNBC, they've done reports on this. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, and I can't forget New York, especially New York City. You know what I mean? That yeah, a lot of people have left uh, the coastal areas. You know what I mean? The West Coast, the Upper East Coast, and what have you. And I can see it. You know, they're moving to Texas. They're moving to Florida. They're coming here where I am in North Carolina. They're moving to South Carolina. You have people like, and I'm not a big fan of Ron DeSantis, but I understand what he's done down there in Florida to make Florida appealing to a huge segment, of the American population. You know what I mean? And it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And so, I agree with you. I think um, that that young men, are looking and will look if they're situated in those kind of coastal areas. They would be looking to the south and everything, to relocate and have a future and everything like that. And I also agree with you that this is a demographic that is really captured, you know, um, by the Republican Party because you know Trump won in 2024. In huge part because this male vote. I mean, I've never seen this, in my lifetime. Um, and no one really politicized this up until the 2024 election. Back, when Al Gore ran after Clinton, and even uh, when John Kerry ran in '04 against George Bush, and even when Obama ran in '08, a lot of noise was not made about males in the male vote, in the male participation. But it's only been, within this recent election, and even or election, but particularly it's 2024. But in 2020, it's really started. It started in 2016, and then it just gradually increased, and then you had 2020, and then 2024. The male vote, the male vote, the male vote, Latino males, black males, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it looks like, going forward, that this vote is something that nobody can take for granted, man. And the Democratic Party simply doesn't have a response, and that's why I go back to AOC. You think about this, man. So they're lifting up, at least right now, but in the media, lifting up AOC. You have people, even Jasmine Crockett. Let me tell you something, man. I talked to a young black woman who's just enamored with Jasmine Crockett,
Oh yeah, I know.
and
She's killing it. I know the sorority women. Jasmine Crockett is their Jesus.
they think that she is, yeah, you're right, that she's the second coming,
Yep.
you know. And they actually, when you talk to them, they actually think that she got a chance in politics, like in terms of long term. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, you all are not reading the tea leaves.
At all.
I said, you are not, and it's funny because right now there's a guy, you might be aware of this, there's a guy in her own district who's going to be running against her. Guy named Sheldon Daniels, and he's a Republican. So there's a guy who's running for her seat in 2026.
And if
And
he's
this guy,
supported by APAC, I mean, he's pretty much got it.
he's got it. He's got it. And um, so yeah, and my thing is, if they're lifting up, if this Democratic Party is pointing to women, AOC, they're pointing to Jasmine Crockett or people like that as their future. I'm like, you all don't have a future.
But the thing is, do these strategists genuinely think that's a winning strategy?
For some reason,
There's
and
no serious way that they think that's a winning strategy. I mean, maybe they do because they still ran with Kamala Harris and the Sister Girl campaign, but I hope they got a wake up call.
yeah. Apparently they haven't. And I'm gonna get Mr. Terrific. Thank you for that. He says that Bannon is a win. He's smarter than Charlie Kirk and what have you. And let me one more here. I've got Jada. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. He says, I'm from California. I'm one of them. He's one of those California dudes, man, who just left and what have you. So we appreciate that. I'm going to bring another brother. It was another brother that was trying to come up, Tim. Well, he's gone now. Maybe he'll come back up. We'll see what happens. But yeah, yeah, they think it's a strategy, a winning strategy, and that just tells you how delusional these people are. You understand? I mean, these people are completely deranged when it comes down to the future, and it tells me that their judgment is completely off. I put the link back in the chat right here. You know what I mean? And yeah. So Jasmine Crockett, she's being pushed, and here's the thing, and this is the liberal. This is the
Are there
white liberal.
are there even any men?
No men. No men. No men. No men. No men. No
I mean,
men.
Obama might be the last of the men of the Democratic Party that were pushed and have actually gotten hold of some form of legitimate leadership.
He's the last. He's the last.
Oh my God!
I told some people. I told some people last week. I said Obama in 2008. He was to the Democratic Party what Bill Clinton was in 1992. And what I meant by that is that when Bill Clinton was elected in 1992, he was elected on the heels of 12 years of Reagan and Bush. Reagan had 80 to 84. He had 88. And then Bush ran in 88, and then Bush had 88, 92. So we dealt with Reaganism for 12 straight years. And then here comes Bill Clinton. And one of the big reasons why Bill Clinton ran is because he basically told the Democratic Party is that we have to get closer to the Republicans. And he was like, we have to play their game in order for us to win. Okay. And Bill Clinton was able to pull that off in 1992. You understand? And that's basically what he did. He governed from the center. He governed as a quote unquote moderate, you know, Democrat and everything. And you know, he was able to do that for 2 terms. You understand? And so that didn't happen again until Obama. You know, because Obama, he came on the heels of George Bush, and George Bush was such a spectacular failure, you know, that it just opened up a lane for Obama. You know what I mean? And Obama was new. Nobody knew who he was. He didn't have a track record. They couldn't put a whole bunch of stuff on him and what have you. He was a wild card. And so, and he was charismatic, and he was able to, he was young. That was a big thing. He was young. He was charismatic. He was like a young JFK, you know, and he was able to seize the moment. You know what I mean? And
he
that's what he
galvanized.
did.
He also galvanized the next generation of voters. I mean, like crazy.
That's what he did. That's what he did. We got Ab Media in the house. What's going on, Ab Media? Talk to us, man.
It's AB.
What's good, brother?
It's actually AB Media 83.
AB Media. I'm sorry, AB. I know it's AB. I got it wrong. What's going on, man?
Yeah, back in 2008, when he was still in the primary, I live in Indiana. I went down to his campaign office to make phone calls for Obama. I've actually met David Plouffe. He was actually down there. I actually thank Obama for that because I learned making phone calls for politicians was not for me that day. Because the way people hang up on you, talk to you crazy, I was like, yeah, this job ain't for me.
Man, I worked on the Obama campaign in '08 in South Carolina. Okay. And yeah, I was in South Carolina. I was in Orangeburg. I was in the office and getting people registered to vote and all that kind of stuff. And I met Bill Clinton during that particular time. He came to my school. I was at Claflin University. He was right there. I was. Let me tell you something. Bill Clinton came on campus and was surrounded by. He had spoken in our auditorium, and then later on he talked to students directly, and I was in a big circle with Bill Clinton and a whole bunch of students, man. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, in touching distance from Bill Clinton. Okay. And so and that was during Obama's campaign. Okay. And that's when he finally had got on board, because Hillary was winning at that time too. But he finally got on board with the Obama campaign after Hillary didn't make it through them primaries.
Fizzled out. Yeah.
Yeah. But go ahead, Ab. AB.
But a lot of people don't want to talk about is during that election, Obama won Indiana. And if you don't know Indiana's history, Indiana is a blood red
clan.
It's blood. Yes. We're the capital of the. We're infamously called the capital of the Ku Klux Klan, which is true.
The birth.
He won a blood red state, and what a lot of people don't get is the Republican governor still won that year. But Obama took Indiana by a significant margin. Actually, I think it was like 8 or 9 points. Which was unheard of. I think the last president to do it was Johnson, if I'm not mistaken. Lyndon B. Johnson was the last Democrat to take Indiana.
And that's what made Obama a phenom. He was a phenom. Obama in '08, Obama was a phenom.
Yes.
Okay. And
he isn't that now, but yes.
He ain't in it now, but in '08 he was a phenom. That's what got everybody excited. It got my generation excited. It got the millennials who are coming up excited and everything
Yes, we were.
And a whole bunch of other people excited and all that kind of stuff. And again, like I said, he did what Bill Clinton had done in 1992. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And it was just immense, and he was able to maintain the presidency for 2 terms and everything. But fast forward now, the Democratic Party is nowhere near
Not even close.
where
In
Obama
fact,
was in 2007, 2008.
in fact, they're probably going to be taking off life support. I was going to say they're on life support, but at this point, I think they're getting taken off life support because
Oh my God. In there. I mean,
you mentioned it earlier.
nowhere near. When you reaching,
If,
let me tell you something.
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Uh, like you mentioned
Finish.
earlier. Yeah, when you mentioned Jasmine Crockett and
Yeah.
AOC is
Mm-hmm.
your idea of the future,
Mm-hmm.
you're absolutely you're right. You're right, Doc. They have no future.
Have no future. I mean,
I saw
think
when I
about it. Go
yeah,
ahead.
because I saw they had like AOC as one of the top people they want to run for president. I'm
Oh
like,
my
okay,
God.
so basically you want to only win probably around I'd say 20% of the male population, millennial or younger. Maybe 20, and I'm being nice.
Let me tell you
And
I,
the
something.
'cause
AOC.
and I'm speaking as a millennial.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
I could tell you we don't we're not going to listen to AOC. It's just not it's not going to happen. She's the kind of chick to get clowned on that no do once. No, it's not going to happen.
It's not good.
to counter that, I would vote for AOC if she was coming with a transformative agenda and she put reparations on the table.
Mm. Would she do? She
It
ain't
would
gonna do
have to be
that.
a strong argument, but yeah, I can see that.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, the Democrats aren't thinking like that
Of
because
course
they're
not.
just washed.
Mhm.
They're washed right now, and it's going to take some real dissolution of the party over the next. I think the next presidential term is going to go Republican. The next mid-year elections, that's
Mhm.
going to go red as well, and then hopefully they come up with some type of intelligent leadership. They'll probably take someone from the GOP and then have them switch to the Democratic Party and then have some type of competent leadership within the next, let's say, 4 to 6 years.
And what you're saying is that, see, what it takes is for them. They have to take this loss. They have to
Mhm.
eat it.
Hold this L.
They got to hold this L. Not just for 4 years, but for 8 years. Okay.
Yep.
They,
Yep.
they, they really have to eat this L,
Mhm.
and because they don't have, because if Trump is able to come out of this without too many scars, okay, you got JD Vance, okay,
Mhm.
and he gonna run. That's just a given. You don't,
Yeah.
yeah, you don't sit next to Trump and not run, okay. And DeSantis. Here's the thing: DeSantis could have been that dude. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you, listen,
You think
DeSantis,
so?
he could have been that dude if he wanted to. If DeSantis, I'm
I
telling you
don't
something.
think.
There's
I don't think. I don't think he's intelligent enough.
No, but listen, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
If DeSantis had not ran against Trump, if he had not put his hat in the, put his cards in the hat, or whatever, how you want to articulate it, in 2024, had he not run and he just sat back, he could have been that dude. She could have been that vice president. But
he was
DeSantis,
popular. He was popular enough.
and the thing was, but too much ego. He got too
Yeah.
much ego over
Mm-hmm.
there. You see, he didn't want to be anybody's vice president. You understand? And so he ran against
I
Trump.
think I think
But
that's better for the country, though. I think that turned out way better for the country.
I
And
think,
quiet and quiet as is kept, Byron Donalds took his place.
Yeah. It's taking his place.
Yes, it's taking this place.
Yeah, but governor of Florida now, you know what I mean? And so,
And from what I heard, DeSantis isn't happy about it. But
of course he's not. Of course he's not happy. And Donald is being very diplomatic. He's being very nice about it as he goes about it. And I wouldn't doubt if Byron Donalds becomes the next governor of Florida.
I wouldn't either.
I see it happening. I don't doubt it. And but what I was saying is that had DeSantis been humble, not ran, because I was watching this, and I was like, okay, he can be Trump's running mate. And a DeSantis Trump ticket, that it would have had the same effect as a Trump JD Vance ticket. Okay, it would have had the same effect. Okay, I know a lot of people don't like DeSantis outside of Florida and what have you, but say what you want to say. People say what they want to say about DeSantis, but this guy is a policy guy. He knows how to govern. He knows how to make shit happen. I'll put it like that. And
he does know how to govern. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he knows how to govern. And I think that still would have been a winning ticket. You know what I mean? But either way, Trump got JD, won, and what have you. But here's the thing. Yeah. Advance is the next guy up. And it's going to be hard to beat him. I'm like this, even if Trump comes out with a lot of wounds, right? Even if Trump comes out with a lot of wounds, Vance is still going to be hard to beat. You know what I mean?
I don't think the Democrat Party is ready for Vance at all.
Yeah, because
what I've noticed is a lot of them are still operating like this is the same Republican Party that was under Bush, and it's just not the same party.
It is not the same party. It is not the same party. And so the Democratic Party, I mean, they're not, from my perspective, they got to take this L, and they have to be able to take this L beyond 2028. You understand? I mean, they have to do some serious work, because if they don't, I'll put it like this: even if they're able to push someone out there like AOC,
it's called the Whigs. But go ahead.
Even if they do that, they still have to deal with long-term governance. Because here's the thing: a person like AOC, you have to say, okay, can she be a two-term president?
No.
You know what I'm saying? a person like her cannot be a two-term president. You understand?
I don't think she can be a one-term. She's too unstable. She can't be a one-term president.
Yeah. I'm being generous. I'm being generous to her. Okay, because I don't see it as one term, but I'm saying even if they go there and even if they luck up, if they get lucky and it's a miracle, right? Miraculous, like Kamala, right? I was saying that I said this in 2024. If Kamala beats Trump, it would be miraculous. I said that. I said she has. My conviction was, yeah, she can beat Trump, but it would be a miraculous win. She ain't gonna beat. If she would have beat Trump, she definitely wouldn't beat him by a landslide. Okay, I mean she would beat him by maybe 5 votes or 10 votes, something like that. You know what I'm saying? it might have to go to the Supreme Court. You know what I mean?
Another Bush v. Gore.
Another Bush v. Gore, but it wouldn't be no landslide. It wouldn't be, too big to, what they call this? They said, what's the language that they called it? They said it's too big to lose, something like that. Anything, but it would be by a very, very small margin, and it would be a miracle. Okay, had she won, um, uh, against Trump and what have you. You know what I mean? And so AOC is kind of like that. You know what I mean? And Kamala Harris, oh my God. So I said this. I said, okay, if she wins by a miracle, she will only be a one-term president. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will not be a two-term president. Yeah, had she won. There's no way.
I don't want to imagine the level of disaster would have been if Kamala Harris won that nomination.
Oh man!
I don't know if there would be another president. The amount of destruction that woman would cause, just being the yes man that she is,
oh my God.
the amount of destruction that would have caused.
Oh my God.
I don't want to think about it.
I don't either,
and that's why I'm not mad. I'm not mad on what's happening right now. I'm like, yeah, let Trump do all this shit, because what Kamala would have done as a continuation of the Biden presidency would have been
would have been disaster. But let me ask you a question, Doc, because you're an educator, and I want to get your take on it. Your thoughts on Trump trying to dismantle the Department of Education as an educator?
Yes. So as an educator, so here's the thing. Here's how I look at it. Our educational system, and I've written about this.
Okay.
I put a book out in 2012. It's called Democracy in 21st Century America. I'm going to talk about my book in the coming weeks or what have you, and make the brothers more aware of this book that I wrote, and it came out in 2012. And it's called Democracy in 21st Century America: Race, Class, Religion, and Region. Democracy in 21st Century America: Race, Class, Religion, and Region. Mercer University Press. And that came out in 2012. And I have an entire chapter on education. And I was living in South Carolina at the time when I wrote the book, and I wrote about what was going on in South Carolina and everything. And the governor, when I wrote the book, the governor at that time was Mark Sanford, and so there was this
Appalachian Mountain Mark Sanford.
Yeah, Mark Sanford. And so there, it was a big struggle, and this was like in the aftermath of No Child Left Behind, George Bush, and all of that. And there was so much emphasis on testing, and all that kind of stuff.
Which I think is a load of crap, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so you had a counter movement, the conservatives, since the 1950s, there has been a push to, bring, private schools into the fray, and, kind of, giving poor kids the opportunity through vouchers to go to private schools and what have you, through lotteries and that sort of thing. And liberal Democrats were always very hostile to it, because they always felt that, here's the idea, that the belief was that we don't want to give public funds, federal dollars, to private schools to educate poor kids, and we don't want the poor kids to be subject to a lottery, and we don't want the poor kids to be subject to the selective decisions that these private schools make. You know what I mean? Because if you give federal funds to private schools, and even with a lottery, they can pick and choose the kind of kids they want to educate. You know what I mean? And the idea is that it was not democratic; it was anti-democratic. That was a basic idea. That this is very selective. It's very elitist, anti-democratic. Everybody does not benefit from it, and everything. That's the whole thing about private schools and federal money, and then they have the whole issue of charter schools, stuff like that. But anyway, we failed, man. We have failed. We're in it's 2025. Bush he put that No Child Left Behind stuff, like during his first term.
Mm-hmm.
It was a failure. You know, um, the educational system hasn't improved. Um, Teachers unions, uh, federal bureaucrats. This is a big thing about the Department of Education. You have a federal bureaucracy that has a lot of influence, tyrannical
Mm-hmm.
influence on curriculum and how schools are funded and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, how long do we, how long do we continue with this?
Yes.
How long do we fail students? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it came into fruition
Mm-hmm.
after Jimmy Carter and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, we're talking about decades and decades of failure, right? And it's like,
It dawned on me how bad it was when I found out what they were doing with new math.
yeah,
That new math stuff,
yeah,
man, I wanted to go punch a hole in the wall when I
yeah,
saw that.
yeah.
I wanted to go punch a hole in the wall.
Hmm.
I'm
Yep.
I'm like, like this is yeah. There's no profit margin in this. You can't possibly be
Hmm.
doing this for money
Hmm.
because there's no profit margin. You're not going to be able to compete with China doing this.
No,
New math
no.
needs to go now. I don't care
And
what you have to do. I don't care who have to support. It needs to go now if you ever
yeah,
want to compete with China.
absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, too, Rex. Yeah, too big to fail, too big to lose. That's what I
Yes.
was trying. That's what I was trying to get at. Too big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So the win is too big that you can't say that it was a conspiracy. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to get at before. But yeah. So here's the thing. I've given up. AB.
Okay.
Um, I personally, because I once supported that kind of enterprise, and today it's like, yeah, I don't support it. I think education, I think the preparation of the next generation is too important. And
Yes.
I think that you have to, if you have a bureaucracy, and I said this earlier as Black Lion and I were talking, man, if you have, and even before that, if you have a system that only rewards administrators, basically.
Pretty much. That's all
Um,
it was.
yeah, yeah, administrators, man, who are not really doing things to impact people on the ground, like states and local level. Because the big thing is about put everything in the hands of the states. That's the big issue with the Department of Education, is
Hmm.
that allow the states to have more sovereignty over how they conduct
I can't,
education.
Doc. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Reagan was right on this one.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
and go ahead.
and I can speak personally. I was diagnosed with dyslexia
Hmm.
when I was in the first grade.
Hmm.
I could not for the life of me concentrate in class. It was so it was she be sitting there. You know how you be sitting there, Charlie Brown cartoon. Blah, 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 blah. But that's pretty much what it was. I could sit do my work for a little bit, but I had
Hmm.
to get up and I could it's like it was just I was just like I was just sitting there waiting for either recess time or time to get on the
Hmm.
computer.
Hmm. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
my father
And
realized that
yeah.
and my
Go
father
ahead. Go ahead. Go
realized
ahead.
I
Go ahead.
wasn't father realized I wasn't doing my work and was getting spankings for it and I was getting whooped for it. Then he
Hmm.
finally went and had me tested and it turns out I had dyslexia.
Hmm. Hmm.
And
Hmm.
my teacher wanted me to repeat the first grade.
Hmm.
And my father pretty much told her to go kick rocks. And
Hmm.
for the next 9 to 10 years of my life, I
Hmm.
spent it in private school.
Hmm. Hmm. And here's the other thing. So, and I would say with all of Dr. Umar's faults, I would say this: he was very good when he talked about this a lot as someone who worked in the school system. Um, so the
It
school
wasn't designed
system
for
is,
black boys at all.
yeah, 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 and they're incentivized So you have a situation where there's an incentive to diagnose young black boys with so-called like learning disabilities.
Right.
Yep.
You know what
Keep
I
us
mean?
back.
Yeah, to say that
Suspend
they
us. All types of behavioral infractions, public,
Yeah.
private, charter school, all the lot.
But here's the thing: you have a learning disability. They called it when I was coming up. They called it LD,
Yeah.
and then later on they had EH. They called it an emotional handicap. And then what would happen with the parents? The parents can get like extra. If you have poor parents, they can get extra aid, right? They can get like SSI and stuff like that if
Mm-hmm.
your child has this diagnosis, right? And so you can get a parent can get extra money. You know, it's like called
Diabolical.
it's
Yeah,
within the well
they give you money to keep your kids stupid.
it's
Pretty
within
much.
the wealth it's within the package of welfare,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Of course.
It's within the package of welfare. Oh, my kid has a handicap. My kid has an emotional problem or whatever, and they need A, B, C, D, or whatever, and there's money in that, right? So there's money in keeping you at that level. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is that, as you say, some of these diagnoses are misdiagnoses. You
Yes.
understand? And so they're giving you labels for stuff that has nothing to do with your capacity to think and reason, logic, and everything like that. Um, they're diagnosing you to compensate for whatever deficiencies that are happening within the educational system. You know, and
Then yeah,
so
my private school tried to put me on Ritalin, and my father just was not having it. And
yeah,
I'm glad I didn't, because I've seen people that have been on that stuff. Man, it never turns out good.
and here's the thing, and thank you, Abuki Cabal. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to you.
Salute, Rodney.
And so there was money tied to that. There was money tied to that, to put you on the medications and all that kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. There's money tied. Somebody getting paid. You've got
Yeah.
pharmaceutical companies are getting paid. Doctors are getting paid. School systems are getting paid. Parents are getting paid. You understand?
Yeah.
Because you have been labeled with a handicap. So they write you are under, like the American Disabilities Act. You know what I'm saying? So you got a whole bunch of laws that are working to keep you dumb.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Which are tied to the Department of Education, and so to get at what your initial question is that I had no problem with dismantling of it because
Mm-hmm.
this is an enterprise that it's a failing enterprise.
It is. Yes.
Why continue to fund and support something that over decades no longer works or doesn't work? You understand? It's kind of
Mm-hmm.
like, and the anti-capitalists, they don't like this. The socialists, the social Democrats or whatever, they hate this type of talk, what I'm about to say right now. But it's like, okay, they say that if you start a business, that you should give yourself at least 5 years to get a business off the ground, right?
Yeah.
That a business never happens like overnight. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying?
yeah.
It takes at least 5 years and what have you. Now what happens if you have spent 10 years in a business and you haven't turned a profit? What do? You've been pouring money into something for
Mm-hmm.
over a 10-year period, and you haven't seen any results. You have to be asinine to continue this endeavor. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's kind of like, basic levels like, Okay,
times that by 4.
yeah, you multiply. Absolutely, absolutely. It's like just on a basic human level, man. You know, you got somebody with talent. I can sing, I can rap, I can dance. I'm going to go to Hollywood. I want to
Yeah, they
become
took all that
famous.
out too. But yeah.
But think about this, man. I can sing, I can rap, I can dance, I can play instruments or whatever. And after the age of 18, I go to the cities. I go to Atlanta, I go to Los Angeles, I go to New York or whatever in the effort to become famous. And after 10 years, I start out at 18. And then here I am at 28 and nothing has happened. What do I do? Do I continue to chase this Hollywood dream? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the and I'm being kind of somewhat crass about this. You know what I mean? But I'm saying this pertains to any type of human activity or endeavor. You know what I mean? If you do something for 5 years, or I'm gonna say 10 years, if you do something for 10 years and you don't turn out a
Any profit.
significant result,
Mm-hmm.
not just I put it like this, not just a profit, but some type of result or some achievement, you know what I'm saying, that's significant, you need to reassess what you're doing. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I look at my own life and it's like, I've gone through it. I look at where I am right now, you know, in my 50s and what have you, and the sacrifices I made. And there were moments where I gave myself to, you know, you know, long periods of sacrifice and what have you. And then after the 5 years, I didn't quite see what was going on. And then 10 years later,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I was able to see the impact. You know what I'm saying? And then 20 years later, I see the impact, you know what I mean, of an investment that I made. You know, it's like the stocks and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not always that type of calculation isn't always that way. But the point I'm trying to make is that after 40 years, here's the thing, the Department of Education, after 40 years, the Department of Education, after 40 years,
Mm-hmm.
you're still getting dismal results, doing the same thing over and over again. So we're not talking about just 10 years or 5 years or 15 years. We're talking about 40 years. And it's like, it makes sense to question the whole enterprise. Why should it? And here's the, and for everybody else who's listening, so black people were effectively free from segregation like after 1970. I'm put like
Mm-hmm.
this. We were effectively freed from the worst aspects of segregation. Okay, in 1970. Here we are in 2025. Okay, and we're talking about over 50 years later. And you have to ask yourself, what have been the results in terms of everything, in terms of, you know, the law and affirmative action, desegregation, and all that kind of stuff that we have done and our own, you know, choices and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we? Has what we've done impacted us significantly? You
Mm.
understand? You understand? Where are we? I'm reading books about Africa right now. 50 years after 50, 60, 65 years after independence.
Mm-hmm.
African countries. You understand? And it's like, you know, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, or whatever. I mean, there's some African countries that are doing better than others, but it's like, okay, you got this freedom from colonialism in 1965 or 1961 or 1960, whatever. Where are you now? You understand? And you have to look within and say, should you be further in 50 years? And the other thing is it going to take another? Now, is it going to take? Do you have another 50 years to reach parity with other parts of the world?
No.
You know what I'm saying? It's like China. Richard Nixon wrote a book about China back in the early 1970s, okay? When China was still a full-blown communist society. I mean, it's still communist now, what have you. But within 50 years, China went from almost a backwater, okay, to the second most powerful nation on the planet. China is kicking our butts. But you know what's different about China? China made a decision that it couldn't just operate based on communism alone.
Right.
That China had to embrace a mixed economy. It had to embrace not just socialism, but capitalism. And the same thing is about India. So India, the same way, India was 60 years ago, India was a backwater. I'm just going to say it. I mean, India still got a whole bunch of problems right now, right? But many of the world's billionaires on the planet right now, they're from India. You understand what I'm saying? You know, I told a friend, I had a friend of mine, one of my Nigerian friends. I'm like, Nigeria is one of the most mineral and resource rich places on planet Earth. Nigeria has over 200 million people. Everybody knows what a Nigerian is on the planet, okay? But Nigerian has always had the capacity of being not just on Africa, but being one of the richest nations on planet Earth, okay? But Nigeria is not one of the richest nations on planet Earth because Nigeria got a lot of fucked up shit going on within Nigeria that it has not dealt with since it became independent in the 60s. You follow what I'm saying? So you have to deal with failure. You see, you got to deal with failure. And so the thing about it is that how much time do you need? The Department of Education, how much time do you need? You got kids who are 10 years old, 9 years old, who can't read and write. It's made no sense. In 2025, you got a black boy who was born in 2015. 2015. If Black Lion had a kid when he was 20, that kid would be 9 years old right now. Okay? Just imagine a 9-year-old who was functionally illiterate, who was born in, you know, you know what I'm saying, born in 2016. This makes no damn sense in the most advanced country on the planet. So that's
and we're failing miserably too. It's not just a steady decline. It's the metrics are horrible.
The metrics are horrible. So I'm like, when you talk about the Department of Education, somebody got, here's the thing about Trump. I'm like, the liberals, the Democrats, they know that they will never say it publicly. The people who have supported the Department of Education up to this point, before Trump's executive order, they would never come out and say publicly that it's messed up. They would never do it because
they have absolutely right.
Yeah,
they have
sadly. They have to defend a lie.
They have to toe that line. They have to toe that line. They could never. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've known over the years, I've known a whole lot of former teachers
Mm-hmm.
who were in education, public education, and they quit. They quit. They quit.
Yeah.
They went on to different vocations,
And then they
professions.
have the nerve to say it's for the teachers. I'm like, y'all don't care about the teachers. Come on.
They quit. Why they quit? Because they had an entire bureaucracy that was against them. That had their hands tied. They couldn't teach. You understand? Because all of the red tape, you know, and the way stuff is run. So
drag story time.
Oh my God. And that's another thing. And that's another thing. Here's the thing. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Black Lion. So it's like if I had kids, I don't have any kids.
I don't either, thank goodness.
Here's the
Not
thing.
for the reason you think either, but go ahead.
In all honesty, I can teach my own kid history and Black history and Black first and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Right now in 21st century, I want my kid to know STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. Right now, I want my kid, if I had a kid in school, I want my kid to be able to read, to write, to do mathematics, and to appreciate science and understand science.
Yes.
Okay. And it's like if you can get a kid through a school system of 12 years and they can read, write, and they are proficient at math, there is nothing to stop that kid. Okay?
Nothing. Yes.
There is nothing to stop a kid who has those skills. All right? And I say this as a college educator because I've taught in my over 20 some odd years as a professor students who didn't need college. I've met 18-year-olds. I've met 18-year-olds who were so proficient with those skills that a college degree was basically a luxury. Okay? It was something that you put on a resume. All right? But these students had skills that they needed and need to navigate this society. Okay? You understand? I mean, Elon Musk, them Doge. So the story about Elon Musk and the Doge guys, the young guys, the story that this is the lore. The lore is that he got 20-year-olds who don't have college certifications or credentials.
And got them off of Reddit.
Based on, go ahead.
But think about that. So if you hear about Silicon Valley, the people of Silicon Valley, mainly these white dudes, if in these South Asian people, right? If you hear that they're hiring males, mainly white males, coming straight out of high school, the white males that they're hiring straight out of high school, those are white males who don't have to go to college because they've already acquired the skills that they need. You understand? To navigate stuff. They know technology and all this kind of stuff. And the other part of it is that they've been afforded privileged education. I'm going to put it out there. They're not coming from poor school districts and poor families and stuff like that, whatever.
Right.
But the point that I'm trying to make is if you have a school system that focus on these essential skills and if you can get poor kids to have these essential skills, they can navigate the economy. Okay. And if they want to go to college after that, they can go to college.
Yeah.
You know, they want to improve themselves. Uh, 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 um, but I'm saying is that in my own experience, I met black. I had a black years ago. I had a black student from Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia. He grew up, fortunately, two-parent household or whatever, but he didn't come from a whole bunch of wealth, nothing like that. And I had a black kid, man, and this kid, he he outdid everybody in the class. I mean, he was. Yeah, I'm talking about a black kid at a rich white school, surrounded by other white people.
Mm-hmm.
He outperformed everybody. He had a white girlfriend. let me put that in. Let me put that in
That's
there.
not surprising.
I'm gonna put it in there. He had a white girlfriend.
That's not surprising at all.
But he grew up as a black guy. He grew
Yep.
up as a regular
Mm-hmm.
black dude. But he had a mama and a daddy who made sure that he had the skills that he needed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I ran a dormitory at Morehouse College back in the 90s. I was at Morehouse College back in 1996, 1997, no, 1996, 1997, 1998. I was at Morehouse College. I ran a dormitory for a year. I saw the same thing, you know, and guys that were genius level and black guys. We're talking about a black college. College was just a plus for these guys. You understand? But their parents made sure that they acquired the skills that they needed and whatever. You know what I mean? And so, to what you're saying and the question and all that kind of stuff about the Department of Education, yeah, I'm glad that Trump did what he did because he did something that was courageous, did something that's controversial, obviously. And I will tell you, I think that there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party who are in education. They're glad that he did what he did. They won't say it in public, but they're glad that he did what he did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Agreed.
All
Thank
right.
you for
Well,
that
listen.
outline. Um, I'm heading out. Thank you for your
Mm-hmm.
time, Doctor, and AB. Thank you for your points. Peace, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Black Lion, man. Good to see you, man. You know you're always welcome here, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, I will be back. Thank you.
Have a good
All
one,
right.
brother.
See you, man. Take care. Take care. Take care. Take care. All right. Yeah. AB,
To your,
man, did you want to say some you want to add some more?
yeah, to your point about like how they had drag queens reading to your children now.
Yeah.
Really? Not only that, what another reason I think it needs to be dismantled, transitioning kids without the parents' permission.
You had
That's
all that.
I mean, come on. And you still got Democrats trying to defend that crap. I'm like, y'all not reading the room at all. Y'all just want to lose for the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I mean by when you have an educational system that, at least right now, is focused on distractions, and I appreciate social justice and whatever, you know what I mean. But
Mm-hmm.
and it's like and it's really morality. So basically, the battle is okay. Do we want to teach morality,
Mm,
or do we want to teach, skills? You
right.
know what I mean? And um, that's not and I will be honest and say that it's not always an easy thing to navigate. But when it
It
comes to
is.
K through 12, here's the thing: it's like schools. I don't think at that level, schools should put too much of a emphasis on morality. You understand? And
Mm-hmm.
seeing people in this kind of way or what have you. You know what I mean? Because that stuff, you have an entire lifetime, and I understand. So, well, if we get them young,
I think
and
that's
it's
the point for some of these perverts, but okay.
that's what it is. If we get them young and we teach them young and all this kind of stuff. But here's the other part of it is that like sex education in America,
Mm-hmm.
that's always been controversial.
Yeah.
Teaching, back, and even in the 60s and 70s, and when I was coming up, you know, um, talking about birth control and condoms, that was controversial back then. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Even though, it was a part of public health and what have you. Um, but talking about STDs and unplanned pregnancies is not the same thing as kind of like, okay, respecting somebody because they have a certain sexual orientation. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That wasn't the
Or
same thing.
putting what those people with that specific sexual orientation doing in the children's book.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So it wasn't. We wasn't. It wasn't like that. I mean, but here's the thing, because really, I don't know if you saw that back and forth. It went viral with Joy Reid and this woman. She
Actually, I
was
did
going
see
back.
that.
Yeah, you see
She
that
was
Joy Reid? Yeah,
that knucklehead was trying to defend that crap being in the book. Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, they were going back and forth over a book, right? And that was like, graphic, sexually, and said, well, should this book be taught in schools or should it be available in libraries and stuff like that, right?
You know,
And I'm saying, well, there's a slippery slope with that, brother. There's a slippery slope. And what's the slippery slope? Okay, well, if you have books in libraries that talk about, sex between the same genders,
mm-hmm.
or you have books in libraries where somebody is being violated who's young, right? Then you open the door. Here's the slippery slope, which they can't deal with. You open the door for prawn. Okay,
Yes.
so it's like, well, if we're gonna have these books available and even encourage students to read these books, then what about who was there was an author who was very popular in the 90s, not 890s, but 2000. Her name was Zane. Remember that? Do you remember
Mm-hmm.
the Zane? There was a woman. She was a black woman. She became real famous because she wrote all these novels. They were like erotic novels and stuff like that. She was very popular, like in the early 2000s, from 2000 around 2012, something like that. And all her books were just about sex. This black woman. A black woman wrote a book just simply about people getting their freak on, right?
Hmm.
Which was basically it was a kind of a soft core prawn. You know what I mean? So I'm like, well, you gotta make room for that too. And if we're gonna talk about free speech and all that kind of stuff, you gotta talk about everything. Prawn, visual prawn. I'm being politically I'm guys, I'm being politically correct by using the term prawn. Okay,
Oh,
because
I understand your meaning.
yeah, I'm telling for the audience. Um, but there's a whole there's a whole genre of literature under the guise of erotica.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that you're gonna have in public libraries erotica. You see that has nothing to do with people being abused or anything like that. It's just basically people getting their freak on. And so this woman who was talking to Joy Reid, this white woman, this conservative white woman, she had a very solid argument. But Joy Reid would not take her own perspective to its logical conclusion. And that is that okay, if you do all this, you want to talk about abuse, but what about stuff that has nothing to do with abuse? What about this erotic literature that exists? You have a whole bunch of erotic literature in the United States with people just getting their freak on.
I just watched the interview with Don Lemon Juice and
Mm-hmm.
Joy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
I call him Lemon Juice because there's nothing sweet. He's just a bitter old man now.
Mm-hmm.
But Joy Reid is one of the dumbest people I've ever seen on television. And
Mm-hmm.
I know some of them are listening. This ain't
Mm-hmm.
got nothing to do with her being a black woman. No,
Uh-huh.
she's stupid. She up there
Mm-hmm.
talking about Canada could beat us in a war.
Mm-hmm. Can what
Beat,
now?
Canada could beat our Canada's army could beat our army.
Canada, yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
And I mean, not forget the fact that we have what 10 times the population
Listen,
alone.
I will say this: she's not a very deep thinker. I put it like that. She's not a deep thinker,
No, she's not a deep thinker. She might not be.
and she's not a deep
Maybe fool is the
thinker.
proper term instead of dumb.
Yeah, she's not a deep thinker. She's captured because she's exists in a bubble, a very small bubble.
Yes, a very
Okay,
small bubble. Her and
and
Don Lemon Juice, but yeah.
yeah, so she cannot. Yeah, both of them actually, both of them. You know, a lot of these media people, and it's amazing. These people have made long, successful careers, um, and not having too much depth. I put it like that. And so when you hear her talk, and I have a hard time listening to her because she thinks, you know, Hannah Nicole Jones, the lady who did the 1619 project, she thinks that the 1619 project, something that was authored by a black woman, is the reason why we got Trump. Okay, and which is ridiculous. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and so her her range is very, very limited. You know what I mean? She's just very, very limited. And Don Lemon, I got on him. You know, we knew who Don Lemon was about. You know, over 10 years ago when he went on this tirade on CNN talking about black men not putting up their pants.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was back in the early. That was like 2010, 2011, or whatever. And he was talking about black men not putting up their pants and black men not speaking um, standard English and stuff like that, and basically saying the reason why black men are stereotyped and criminalized. Oh, this was like before Trayvon Martin,
Mm-hmm.
or during that era. That the reason why young black boys are, you know, targets of prejudice is because they don't speak proper English and because they wear sagging pants. That was Don Lemon. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So these people have a very limited scope when it comes down to understanding how things work, man. So it's very, very difficult to take them seriously. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of journalists in general, black journalists in particular, are like that. The ones, especially the ones on TV, you know what I mean? And they're selected. A lot of times they're
By
selected
design.
because, yeah, they're selected because they have such a limited perspective on things. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's
Yeah,
just what it is.
it came out that one of the only reasons Joy Reid kept her job is because Sean Hannity asked for him to do it as a favor so he could stay in business.
Yeah, yeah. So yes, and that's a part of a game, right? It was a part of a game.
Yeah.
Um, because Fox News, they need a foil. They need a
Mm-hmm.
villain.
Yeah.
Fox needs a villain. MSNBC, they need a villain. They need somebody to push up against, you know, to be relevant and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And Yeah, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? So
And don't get me wrong, I am no fan of Sean Hannity. I've never been a fan of Sean Hannity
no, but
over all these
I
years.
I understand. I mean, think about this, man. Fox News. He was named the reason why Fox News has been successful for the many years that it's been around is because they saw themselves as the opposite of
Hmm.
MSNBC, CNN,
Right.
everybody else, because you don't have you don't have like three or four networks that are like close to Fox News. You don't have them. Fox News has its own lane.
Yes.
There's no other. Now you have some people who are coming up now. You have News Nation. You have some more moderate kind of folks out there.
Hmm.
You have the British television people and Australian people out there. You know what I mean? But in America, Fox News has its own lane as being basically the voice of conservatism, the voice of the Republican Party.
Right.
You know, whereas the DNC got MSNBC, it's got CNN,
Hmm.
it's got print media, it's got the New York Times, it got the New Yorker, it's got the Atlantic Monthly, it's got, I mean, the liberal media. They got ABC, they got NBC.
Yep.
You understand? You know, so there's no, in terms of conservatism and Republican Party, there's nothing outside of Fox News. And
Maybe
Rupert, so
Newsmax, that's
maybe,
about it.
and that's what I'm saying. Maybe Newsmax, but Newsmax, you got to go look for Newsmax. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so Rupert Murdoch, you know, who did it, you know, he knew what he was doing.
Yes.
He knew, he found a
Him and
niche,
Roger Ailes.
and Roger Ailes. They found a niche and they rolled with it. That's why Hannity was like, "Yeah, we need a nemesis." And yeah, so you know these other people, you know, and Joy Reid, because of her derangement, you know what I mean. She's a
Yeah.
good nemesis, you know, because she can. I mean, Tucker Carlson, you know, I mean, and I was surprised that she lasted as long as she did, because I remember when Tucker Carlson was on the air, um, that he would consistently go after Joy Reid, and I thought that at some point he would end her,
Hmm.
and it didn't happen. And then you had Megan Kelly. By the time when that happened, Megan Kelly had went independent, and she was going after Joy Reid too, and it didn't end her. You know what I'm saying? Now it ended Tiffany Cross. Tiffany Cross was on MSNBC,
Oh yes.
and yeah.
I
So
remember her little dig at us.
yeah, so Tucker Carlson and Megan Kelly went after Tiffany Cross,
Hmm.
and it didn't take long where you know, before MSNBC severed their ties with Tiffany Cross. You
Hmm.
know, but Joy Reid was protected for a long time,
Yes.
and it was Trump that Trump was the end for her. I'll put it like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, brother, I've been up here 4 hours, man. I appreciate you coming up here, man. Do you have any final
Sure.
concluding thoughts that you want to say?
Now, just keep doing what you're doing. What do you call it? BMI. Blackmail
BMI,
agent.
blackmail independence.
Blackmail independence.
Uh-huh.
I'm all for it. And this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it. Because we're not going to get we're not going to get another chance to do this. But this is the time to do for blackmail independence. We can't, the way the system's been running, we can't rely on it anymore, and we have to do our own thing.
We have to do our own thing, man. This is the time. Independent. This is the age of independent media. You got your thing, AB Media. Y'all guys subscribe to AB Media 83. Y'all
Yes, I got a
subscribe.
show later today at around 10:30 Eastern.
You guys look for the streams. AB does joint collaborations. He does collaborations with Charles Faulkner.
Mm-hmm.
Look for Charles Faulkner. He's collaborating with BGS. He's collaborating with so many brothers who are in our space. So you guys look for AB Media 83. You can also find him on TikTok. My brother's also on TikTok.
Yes, I am.
Y'all look for AB on TikTok and everything. And AB has got the graphics and all. I'll be watching. I'll be in the cut, AB, watching what's going on, man. And
Mm-hmm.
the graphics and the videos. You know how I do. I mean, I got a janky. I've got a janky production right here, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's not.
But it's all
It's
good.
not easy.
Yeah.
It's not an easy
And
task. It's not. I fully acknowledge that. What I do is it's only because I was trained to do it.
I hear you. And that's why I told you my stuff is janky, and I don't
Mhm.
make no apology for it because I got to write books, I got to teach, I got other things to do. This is um, another part of my life. You know what I'm saying that I do,
Mm-hmm.
and but
Understandable.
yeah. But I appreciate you guys who have a different methodology and a different timestamp and different investment and what have you. I appreciate that, and I want you guys who are listening to also appreciate it, man. So you guys look for AB Media and look what those guys do in their production, and you're gonna derive value from all of that, man. So listen, brother, man, I really appreciate every time that you show up. I want you to know that you're always welcome on my stream, and I appreciate your input and your contributions um, to what is going on here, man. Because this was, I came out here this afternoon in light of where we are right now, and um, all the questions that are hovering around in terms of where we're going. Is this the end? Is this the beginning? That sort of thing. You know what I mean? And I'm going to say this for you guys who are listening, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm not a doomsday person. I don't believe this is the end of the world or the end of America, whatever.
I
I'm
think
not
it's
going to
the end
say,
for a specific ideology, but I don't think it's the
yeah,
end of the world. No.
yeah, it's not the end of the world, man. But at any rate, thank you, my brother, man. Look forward to chopping it up with you real
Peace
soon,
out.
man. All right, take care. Well, brothers, here we are. 4 hours in the mix. I am the Mad Professor. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. I want to thank all you guys. I want to thank all you guys for coming through. It's been 4 hours long. Um, I wanted to take my time. I knew that this was not going to be a short stream. Yeah, but I wanted to talk and I wanted to bring my brothers into this conversation and talk about all this that's going on and do what we're doing right now, man. So y'all share the stream. I hope you get some type of value from this conversation and what have you. Continue to support BMI 3000 Reloaded. I am the Mad Professor. I am your brother. Um, the future is bright, and there is more to come, guys. And I look forward. I look forward to more of this type of work. So, listen, brothers. Listen, brothers, we thank you, man. Thank you, Juicy Juice Bourbon. Thank you for that. Thank you for listening. I look forward to seeing all you guys real soon. I'm out of here. I am BMI 3000 Reloaded. Peace.